peace, and security. Without much ado, I'd like to acknowledge some of the dignitaries within our midst here present. We have Alhaji Muhammad Noura Kabir, Community Dialogue Committee Chairman. Thank you very much. We also have the Executive Secretary, Isa Wali Empowerment Initiative, in person of Hajia Amina Hanga. Hajia, you're welcome. And then we have the Commissioner of Police, Salman Dogo, ably represented by Assistant Commissioner of Police, Masaoud Yeshel. Welcome, sir. We have the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Commandant, in person of Muhammad Lawal Falala, ably represented here by the Chief Superintendent of Corps, Nasiruddin Abdulaziz. We also have the village head of Kao, Al-Haji Kabiru Garba. Rankated Iberkad as well. And we have also here the NAPTIP Kano Zonal Commandant, in person of Mr. Rabe Ibrahim Jibia. Also, we have the State Secretary Vigilante Group, Alhaji Adamu Jafaru. We have one of the patrons of the CDC KAO and a member of the Ulama, in person of Gwani Yusuf Haruna Musa. We also have here present members of the civil society organizations here present. You're welcome. We have members of KAO community and other communities. And then we have our respected colleagues from the media. You're all welcome. I think we'll start by blessing the occasion with a call to prayer. I'd invite Gwani Yusuf Haruna Musa to give us an opening prayer.
Salati goma ga annabi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa sallam. وبارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا مرحوما واجعل تفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما. اللهم لا تجعل فينا ولا منا ولا معنا شقيا ولا خائبا ولا محروما. اللهم ارزقنا التوفيق والسداد والإخلاص في القول والعمل يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا. اللهم أصلح لنا ديننا الذي هو عصمة أمرنا وأصلح لنا دنيانا التي فيها معاشنا وأصلح لنا آخرتنا التي فيها معادنا واجعل الحياة زيادة لنا في كل خير. اللهم اجعل الموت راحة لنا من كل شر. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم واغفر لنا إنك أنت الغفور الكريم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Barakallahu fika ya Sheikh. Duk taron da aka buɗe da addu'a, insha Allah ana sa ran za a samu tabarraki a cikinsa. Distinguished guest, good morning once again. Una good morning, no. let it not be as if we are doing Kamar Abeng. It's too straightforward. First off, I would also take the national anthem, which we would have taken it first, but I think it's not late. The national anthem. Can we all rise for the national anthem? Very much, everyone. I'd now handle the mic over to my colleague, Mr. Edosa.
Salam alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have come for a town hall meeting, and a town hall meeting, they talk, right? A town hall meeting, usually you will hear, no, I not agree, yes, I agree. And at the end of the day, everybody will agree, because it's a town hall meeting where everybody have opportunity to speak their mind about the issues that will be discussed. And so let me, on behalf of the Executive Director of Global Rights, say a very big welcome to you, Mr. Abiodun Bayer. Will say a very big welcome to everyone. This program we are here today to commemorate was as an idea that was born 2012. I'm sorry, 2022, but it started officially 2023. I will not go through the whole idea of the project. If you look at the back of your agenda, you will see what the project is about. But just to say that it is a project that is being run in 4 states in Nigeria, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, and Kaduna, 4 northwestern states in Nigeria. And it's all about promoting women inclusion in peace building and building community resilience against violent extremism. And as a form of a remark from my executive director, I will just read it through. Again, I would say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, you allow me to just continue with the protocol that has already been established by Khadija. It is an honor to convene this town hall to discuss an issue that shares or that holds profound significance for our shared vision of peace, security, and inclusive society. Women's inclusion in peace and security effort is not only a matter of equity, but also a strategic imperative for sustainable development, especially in a region like the Northwest in Nigeria, where security challenges continue to evolve in complexity and in its impacts. Women have historically played indispensable roles in fostering peace, building resilient communities, and mitigating conflict. From mediating local disputes to spearheading grassroots initiatives, their contributions are deeply rooted in the cultural fabric of our society. Yet, despite their undeniable potentials, women remain underrepresented in formal peace and security structures and conversations. The adoption of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and Nigeria's subsequent National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security provides a framework for advancing women's participation. However, translating these policies into tangible outcomes requires collaboration at all levels. The Northwest region faces distinct challenges, including escalating violence, cultural barriers, and limited access to resources, which further restrict women's empowerment. These challenges underscore the urgent need for collaborative, inclusive strategies to ensure that women are not only protected, but actively engaged in shaping solutions. Fostering meaningful collaboration has become imperative. In conclusion, the time has come for us to unite our efforts in creating a Northwest Nigeria where women are not just beneficiaries of peace, but architects of it. Together, we can dismantle barriers, amplify women's voices, and build a future where no one is left behind. Thank you very much. Let me at this point again stress the fact that this intervention is co-championed or co-implemented in collaboration between Global Rights, Isawale Empowerment Initiative in Kanu, the Kuka Center, and a couple of other of our partners who we are all doing this together. So let me, at this point, have the honor to welcome somebody to come give the welcome remark. What I just did was just setting the scene. But let me have the honor of welcoming a woman I respect so much as she gives the opening remarks. Please join me welcome the Executive Secretary of the Isawale Empowerment Initiative, Haja Amina Hanga, as she gives the welcome remarks. Please put your hands together for her. There is no subsidy on claps, so just clap freely. Subsidy have been removed from claps, so you can clap freely.
Assalamu alaikum. Our royal father, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues from the civil society organizations and honored participants, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am delighted to welcome you to this high-level town hall meeting on promoting collaboration for women's inclusion in peace and security. Today we gather as champions of peace and security. We come from diverse backgrounds, sectors, and expertise, but we share a common vision, and that is to see that women are partners in shaping peace and security in not only Kano State, but across Northwest Nigeria. The importance of women's inclusion in peace and security cannot be overstated. Women are critical agents of change, and their participation is essential if we are to achieve sustainable peace, stability, and development. However, despite progress, women in Kano State and Northwest Nigeria as a whole continue to face significant barriers to participation in peace and security processes. And it is our collective responsibility to address these challenges and create opportunities for women to contribute their perspectives, expertise, and leadership. This town hall meeting is a crucial step in this journey. Over the next few hours, we will engage in robust discussions, share best practices, and explore innovative solutions to promoting women's inclusion in peace and security. We have an impressive array of speakers who will be sharing their insights and their experiences. And we also have the opportunity, as we are here today, to engage in networking and collaboration and commitment making. So as we begin this important conversation, I urge you to approach our discussions with an open mind, a willingness to listen, and a commitment to action. Together, let us harness our collective energy, our expertise, and our passion to drive meaningful change and promote women's inclusion in peace and security. So thank you for joining us on this critical journey. Let us make our voices heard. And I'm speaking particularly to the women in this group. And our actions count and make our impact lasting. Welcome, and let the conversation begin. So welcome, Azon.
Please, can we applaud Haja Amina Hanga? I just said subsidy has been removed from the clap, so clap freely, all right? Okay. So as I said, it's a town hall meeting, and so we are going to be having very serious conversation with regarding promoting collaboration for women's inclusion in peace and security. There is something we want to do right now, but before I talk about it, I want to read a paragraph from this thing that's written at the back of the program. I want to read paragraph 3. It said the project was launched in Nigeria in March 2023 and is presently implemented in 4 northwest states of Sokoto, Kaduna, Katsina, and Kano. A key strategy of this project is the involvement of community leaders, women, and youths. I will move to the next one. That's central to the strategy of the project is the establishment of the Community Dialogue Committee, also known as the CDC, which is a platform of engagement between relevant stakeholders, including government officials, security agents, traditional, religious, and community leaders, and CSOs, to build trust and strengthen the relationship between communities and law enforcement agencies in addressing security challenges in the community. As we progress, we will be hearing from the CDC, where they will share their experience on this journey so far. But then, as the project started in March last year, earlier this year, we decided to do like an evaluation to say, let's evaluate the impact that the project is having. And so that's the report or the result of that evaluation was made into a video, into a documentary. And so we want to play that documentary now. I need you to sit tight and listen and see how this project is impacting communities across Nigeria. And so, IT, if you are ready, so let's go on to the impact documentary now.
Vast expanse of Nigeria's west, a silent struggle persists. Here, amidst the challenges of peace, security, and civic participation, the community grapples with the complexities of its reality.
Northwest Nigeria, for the past decade, has become synonymous with insecurity, a lot of violence, cases of intercommunal violence, intracommunal violence, with ethnic and religious violence going on in communities that should otherwise be at peace.
Farmer had a complete, there's always this contestation over existing resources, scarce resources, the encouragement of farmland.
Suddenly you hear gunshots. Whether they shot, the person you're working with, people became fearful. Nobody wants to go to the front.
Tribalisms, nations, difference, regionalisms, political sentiments, issue of nepotisms among the different class, the manufacturers, responsible creating unrest and dispute, and hatred.
All of this political instability and economic headwinds culminated in casualties on both sides. Justice system was burdened, therefore access for every citizen was limited, unexpectedly putting even more pressure on family unit seeking redress. The shrinking coping mechanism of the home front was evident. The men could certainly not do it. And as for the women, while the invaluable contributions to keeping, caregiving, and subsistence farming was acknowledged and encouraged, their opinions and contributions to public discourse was rarely invited.
This community was attacked on the 14th March last year. So some of the women went to the markets and they heard about it, the rumor that this community, the terrorists are coming to attack this community. When they brought this information, do you know that these women were ignored? We were ignored. Nobody cared as in to take any measure. So later on, around 8:25 rather, PM, that same day, attackers entered and about 9 people lost their lives.
Before, women has no voice. She can't talk anything. Even if the husband insult her, abuse her, whatever, she has no right to report even to traditional rulers. There was sometimes a culture where when women reported husband to traditional ruler, from there you say, I divorce you.
As a woman, personally, if you ask me, all this while, I felt women were irrelevant. But with the coming of this organization, I felt, oh, so the women too can contribute to the growth of the community. Even economically, women too can contribute. Peacefully, women too can contribute.
This project came on to help to build inclusive, resilient communities, especially to bring on board more women playing roles in the peace building process, in the conflict resolution process, and also in mitigating conflict, to get more people on board to play roles in terms of identifying signs and indicators for violent conflicts or issues that affect them, and getting in touch with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that these issues are resolved in a timely manner.
Recognizing that community resilience needed to be rebuilt, Legal Rights established a community dialogue committee to meet on a monthly basis or situation demands to discuss important issues, peace building, and security.
The resident community chiefs, executive or also from especially social people from the youth environment, women environment, the ministry and agencies are routine have with them. We conduct community sensitization on the issue of feeding, also women resilience, engagement with insecurity. So the women who are taking suffering when there's any disaster, women and children suffer and disability suffer. So we now recognize that that's also women active. whatever you are concerned during the meeting. Also engage the community. We know that we engage with know the concern and traditional religious leaders and the people of resident community. They also engage together. We are planning together.
Mun populatin kam suna da yawa. Da ban san yadda ake nuna mutane yadda za su zauna lafiya ba. Yadda na shiga wannan kungiya na CDC, yadda ake shiga jama'a a koya musu yadda ake zama lafiya da kuma ƙauyuka da dai kai saɓani dai in ya faru kowa unguwa.
We as CDC members call ourselves to book that we should remember we have limits where we can go. That once you gather any information, you're supposed to take it to the appropriate authority, report it, and then you relax there.
There is a lot of synergy between the civil defense and the local community, civil defense, local communities, and other law enforcement agencies, in the sense that we work in harmony. We provide the needed intelligence whenever it is the need arises, and we also participate in joint operation between especially the military, the Nigerian police, and to some extent the Department of State Services. So this one assist in no small way in tackling these issues. The people have trust on us. Whenever they bring their cases to us, we treat it without fear or favor. So that one helps a lot in promoting the trust or in building the trust between ourselves and the local community.
Don mu CDC gaba ɗaya harka al'umma ta mukai. Ai kwanaki an samu cewa ga banditry nan za su shigo cikin gari. CDC sun kai alatin ɗin security sun ka zo an kai attacking ɗinsu sun ka juya. Shi sarki shi ya kira nan abin ga Sokoto Command na Army Barrack ya kira su an ka tai da jirgi an ka zo an ka samu sa'a kashe mutum 20 daga cikinsu an ka kona baburansu da jirgin sama. To ke ga CDC nan ma sun yi achieving a lot.
It also developed the early warning response coordination mechanism to alert all stakeholders of imminent stresses in order to prepare optimal community-led responses for preempting and preventing conflict.
The early warning, early response dashboard is a security equipment that will extend not just to this community, but to the entire Northwest.
Having strengthened community resilience through the CDC, WS, human rights consolidated its efforts by promoting women inclusion through such tools as the Gender Action Learning System, or GALS, which helped in changing attitudes and practices relating to household management and family.
Is extremely important. Each tool teaches what you basic systems. When it comes to peace and security, the girls training teaches how to come together as a family, be effective, and how to join hands as a community to be effective in ensuring there is peace, there is communication, and using alternative dispute resolution. And so it really helps. And then in the civic space, there are lots of organizations that are into responding to sexual and gender-based violence, but do not have a structure for it, do not have an approach that is going to be inclusive. And the girls training will put that
expensive, unnecessary spending and looking. But after the training, the guys come back training and that technology have more than 80 certificates. Because I'm not to it. Sana na kicheki kila gani mara ina nitoa enda nikitara. Kwa sababu ya kisera ni kitu kisamsana ni kama na western mwini na kwa kile.
Nasikia. Gaskiya kuna da muhimmanci na sosai ba kamar da ba. Don da gaskiya ke ga abina na amma bayan kun sai
sanadiyar gwamnati. Da ba da why did they such a in December. Women, where am I talking?
Sorry, I think can you pause the video? Yes, sorry, we are having very throbbing sound coming from the clip. I see a lot of us are not able to follow because the audio is not very clear. We're not hearing what you're saying. So while we try to sort out that with the IT to see how that is sorted out, I think we will just pause the video and then we'll continue. At the point where we're able to sort out the sound issues, then we can come back to the video, okay? Khadija, please take it off from here. Thank you.
To madalla, muna masu neman afuwa saboda ɗan targardar na'ura da aka samu. Wannan faifayin bidiyon asali an tanade shi ne domin a nuna wa mahalarta wannan taro iya zangon tafiyar da aka yi a cikin wannan ƙa'idi na aikin tattaro masu ruwa da tsaki don tabbatar da ɗorewar zaman lafiya da kuma kwanciyar hankali a cikin al'umma. Na san daga ɗan abubuwan da muka gani mun ga cewar kusan duk tafiyar da ake yi ana haɗawa da mata. Kuma kamar yadda taken wannan taron yake na bana na cewar promoting collaboration for women's inclusion in peace and security. Wato tabbatar da haɗaka da kuma tallafawa mata wajen tabbatar da zaman lafiya da ci gaban al'umma ya zama wani abu wanda ba za a iya kaucewa ba. Dole sai an ƙarfafi mata domin su ne iyayen giji, su ne suke da jin kai, su ne suke da kusaci, su ne kuma suke iya idar da saƙo daidai gwargwadon yadda ake bukata. To bari mu tafi kai tsaye zuwa ga abin da yake a ajandar mu kafin masu na'ura su getta wannan faifan bidiyo. Next on our agenda, we're going to take on the goodwill remarks from representatives of the different organizations here present. First off, za mu fara karɓan jawabi na dagacin Kawo Alhaji Kabiru Garba, the village head Kawo Alhaji Kabir Garba shine zai bamu goodwill remark dinsa. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, did.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Godiya ta tabbata ga Allah maɗaukakin sarki. Tsira da amincin Allah su tabbata ga Annabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Executive Director, Global Rights, the Chairman of Isa Wali, the representative of Police Commissioner, the representative of NSCD Command, the representative of Zonal Command NAFTIC, the representative of Zilam Command Kano State, the Executive Director, okay, I have already said it. All other dignitaries, you are welcome to this very important issue. So I stay here on my behalf of the village head of Kawo. I want to use with this opportunity to thank the Global Rights for the move they are doing for our women and the children and the Nigerian people in general. Honestly speaking, I'm very, very happy for their own arrangement, because all what they are after is for a woman, children, and our people, which they are drinking or smoking something which is not bad, which is not good. So please, I'm calling the attention of our people to give the full cooperative with this global rights. Because if you look what is they put in your mind or what is their front, is something which is very, very important, which will help our people in general. And I hope this global right will put more effort what they are doing to our people in this nation. Honestly, the director of Global Rights, when I saw him, he's not all very young, but what he did, even if the person is 100 years old, it's not possible to think what he did. We are pray to him, God bless him, and God bless global rights. So we thank you very much, and I'm calling people to put their eyes about our children and women, what is they are doing, because honestly, if you see what people are doing, more especially our children or our youth, honestly, it's not good. So they need the assist and they need to put attention of them. So God bless Global Rights, and we thank Isa Wali Foundation, because all this with our pride and how thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much, sir. That has been the goodwill remark by the village head of Kao, Alhaji Kabiru Garba. A warm round of applause for him, please. Would now take the second remark from the commandant of the NSCDC, Mohammed Lawal Falala, ably represented by the Chief Superintendent of the Corps, Nasiruddin Abdulaziz. A round of applause for him as he heads to the podium.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All praise is for Allah, the Lord of the world, the Creator, the Nourisher, and the Sustainer, the first without beginning and the last without an end, who created the Nur of the noble Prophet Muhammad al-Arabi from his own Nur and made him mercy for the world. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him ever and evermore. Sir, with due regards to your highly esteemed office and recognition of the fact of your magnanimous and philanthropic positions as the Director of Global Rights, the Chairman Isa Wali Foundation, the Commissioner of Police, the District Head, and all other dignitaries here present, on behalf of the Commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, sir, we are very much happy and grateful for this great privilege and honor given to us to stand here before you, before this important gathering. The gathering that we really consider as most honorable, most meritorious, and indeed most vital gathering. A gathering in which we have all come together for the promoting collaboration for women's inclusion in peace and security. Sir, I have to assure you that involving Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps to partner with this organization is very much important. Why? Because if you look at it right from the name of the commandant, NSCDC, Commandant Muhammad Lawal Falala FCNA is an ambassador of peace. The commandant of NSCDC is peace ambassador. And actually, when we are talking about especially this topic, I have to assure you that in our command, in our organization, we have a department, PCR, Peace and Conflict Resolution. That department is very important to this organization. I even have, or I am even now together with representative from that department. Concerning the issue of the women's and what have you, we have a unit that we call gender violence. And even the desk officer of that unit is here present with me, sir. Concerning the issue of, we even have a unit which we call anti-human trafficking and illegal migration. All this, if you look at them very well, they have relation with this topic. In our command also, we have a unit that we call disable, where we are giving serious consideration and protection to the people that are disabled. It is there in our department, sir. We also have intelligence and investigation unit, department, where we used to gather our intelligence. And it is in our command, sir, we have legal department. And that legal department, I have to tell you one thing. Before now, we have civil defense then and civil defense now. Before civil defense, we only have power to arrest, detain, and hand over to the police officers as our fathers for the prosecution and what have you. But now, 2007 Act of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Amendment, Section 3, subsection 1, paragraph 1, or paragraph 1, no, paragraph A to F, gave Nigeria Security and Civil Defense power to arrest with or without warrant, detain, investigate, and institute legal proceedings by or in the name of Attorney General of the Federation in accordance with the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria against anyone who is reasonably suspected to have committed an offense under our act and what have you. So actually, once we are talking about this, I will not actually stop like that. I have to tell you that joining Nigeria's security and civil defense, like I have said, is very, very important. So we are inviting all the people that they should not sit on the fence. Let them join Nigeria's security and civil defense so that we can defend the defenseless. It's part of it, sir. Sir, I wish, every one of us here present, finally I know some may even start thinking, why Nigeria and civil defense go like that? No, we are not set up to see the duties and function of any organization. We are to complement because all the security organizations are one. We are working in team to achieve the same goal. We are not set up to see the duties of anybody. We are to complement. And also, it is not a duplication outfit. We are partners in progress. Thank you very much with these remarks.
Thank you very much, sir. Oga, don't clear air. For some of us, where we say we be civilians, thinking that all the security outfits out there, they are duplicating work, and some are infringing on the other person's job. No. Oga don clear air. Ya tabbatar da cewar kowane bangare yana aiki domin al'umma ne, saboda kuma ci gaban al'umma. And up next, we would usher in the NAPTIP Kano Zonal Commandant in person of Mr. Rabe Ibrahim Jibia. Ita ma hukumar NAPTIP hukuma ce mai zaman kanta wadda take aiki don tabbatar da ɗorewar zaman lafiyar al'umma.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to stand on the established protocol, please, if you won't mind. Then a little correction, as I have been introduced, my name is Rabe Ibrahim Jibia. I'm heading the Operations Department of National Agency for the Prohibition of Traffic in Person, Kano Zonal Command. I'm representing the Zonal Commander, Barrister Abdullahi Babali, who is unavoidably absent. I'm delighted to be invited and to participate in this very important town hall meeting with this theme of collaboration for women inclusion in peace and security. With the aim of making a little emphasis, I would like to mention that NAPTIP presently has an established department which is called Gender-Based Violence Department. That department has been created at the headquarters, and then we equally have a separate section which is referred as Female Squad. And all this, the department and the squad, female squad, has been cascaded to all the zonal commands and the state commands of the Federation. NAPTIP is empowered to investigate and prosecute cases of human trafficking and related abuses. These abuses include sexual abuses, maltreatment, brutalization, and what have you. A little review, I want to mention that in the past 2 months alone, NAPTIP has successfully prosecuted and convicted 14 sexual offenders. And all of these sentences, they've been carried out at the State High Court and the Federal High Court. And they ran for 14 years and 7 years without an option of fine. Recently, many civil society organizations have been invited, and we conducted what we referred to as 16-day activism against gender-based violence. Even though I cannot recognize faces, but I believe you are all aware of what has happened just 2 days back when we concluded this activity by embarking on a walk. Several civil society organizations were invited. Many civil society, government agencies were invited. We started the work from our office here, which is at 98 Foundation Road Farm Center, to the state government office, where the deputy governor received the entourage and he listened to our demands, which is mostly is to empower women and then to give them protection against the several abuses that they have been facing in our communities. So this is a little brief about what I want to say about NAPTIP. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, sir. Yanzu kuma za mu gayyato State Secretary, Vigilante Group, in person of Malam Adamu Jafaru. Alhaji Adamu Jafaru zai ba mu nasu jawabin daga ɓangaren hukumar tsaro ta Vigilante Group ta Kano.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All protocol duly observed. Vigilante group, as all you are hearing the name Vigilante, it is a group that has been organized for long, and the main work of it is to complement the effort of conventional security agencies. And that is what we are doing. That is why all nooks and corners of Kano State, you'll find that we have several offices whereby the people, that means the community people, are the ones that are requesting the state headquarters to come and open an office there due to some problems that they were facing. More especially if you look at Kano State and Nigeria at large, you find that the security, the conventional securities that we have, they cannot cover all the angles in the state. That is why vigilantes are being formed. And wherever vigilante works, they work with the conventional security agencies. They make arrests, but they don't have the mandate of, that is, questioning or interrogating and some other means of investigations. But what they usually did is immediately when they arrest, they handed over to conventional securities. The conventional securities are the expertise that have the knowledge, and they are the ones that they have the order either to take to court or some other, wherever it is. And then secondly, vigilante groups, they are working hand in hand with communities, leaders, as well as these, like all these social organizations, because we have come across, we normally come across so many things that usually happen, such as abusing rights of either small children or women in general. And even though not only the women, even the chiefs that are trying to, or even the hand snatch, pocket, handset snatchers and some other things, you find that we have the mandate to arrest, but we don't have mandate of taking to court. That is why vigilante groups that daily or anywhere you saw them, they can assist you, but they don't have the mandate of taking to court. There are many people that doesn't even know that we are only assisting the conventional securities. And likewise, other organizations that we are working hand in hand with them, they know our work, we normally report it, and then what will I even call it? That is our main objective, is to complement. Therefore, we are freeing for these organizations a successful takeoff and closure of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful remark from the State Secretary Vigilante Group. Dukkanin abubuwan da ake faɗa dai in earnest yana nuna cewar dukkanin ɓangarori na tsaro suna aiki ne kafaɗa da juna domin tabbatar da tsaro. Nan gaba zan gayyato Ambassador Ruqayyatu Abdulrahman, wadda ita ce Executive Director ta ƙungiyar Alkhairi Orphanage and Women Development. A round of applause for her, please. Ta zama kallabi tsakanin rawuna kenan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. All protocol duly observed. I remain Ambassador Ruqayyah Abdurrahman, the Executive Director of Alkhairi Orphanage and Human Development, organization who has the mandate of promoting gender equality, girls' child education, economic strengthening and livelihood support for the vulnerable groups. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate the co-convener of this gathering, and most especially Mr. Prince Edoza. It's not Mr. Edoza because he's a prince, even though if you don't know. Inclusion of women participation in peace building is essential and is key to sustainable peace. Most women are into the risk or are at the risk of vulnerability of conflicts or any types of violence. Secondly, inclusion of women. As you all know that women are agents of change, they are educators, they are caregivers, and they are even director in promoting a lot of sustainability activities in the community. Women inclusion in peace and conflict resolution will serve as a signal or will give a navigator to address the root causes or the triggers of any form of violence. Of recent, in collaboration with Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and MacArthur Foundation, from the data gathering from different organizations which we work with, including NAPTIP, Vigilante, and other paramilitary and military organizations, we dictated that there are a lot of highest prevalence of violence in Kano State, that is rape, sexual exploitation, and neglect, of which most of them are women are involved into these risks, of which in the 3 pilot local governments, we happen to have 20 women raped, less than 17 years old, including the reports given by NAPTI from Mr. Jibia. 2 of our perpetrators were convicted last 3 weeks, which we revealed to them from our organization. Most of the cases have been gotten from Vigilante and other people because we have a channel of reporting in our organization. So Al-Qaeda has been working tirelessly to ensure safe environment for women and vulnerable children. And we all know that most people at the vulnerability group are the old people, underage children, people with disability. Because the people with disability are most vulnerable. When danger is coming, they have less chance and opportunity to escape like other people. So this is a great improvement and achievement, and we ensure you Global Rights and Isa Wali Foundation that bringing this to our desk in Kano, our desks in Kano, we are going to work hands in hands and ensure that women have a free and fair living, and women have decision to take. And part of our project, which I did not mention, 15 of those survivors of violence, we are trained on different skills acquisition and empowered. Mr. Mr. Jafar bear me witness, and other relevant stakeholders. So empowering women is one strategy or mechanism to reduce the prevalence of violence, or returning them back to the stage one of the violence. So thank you so much for giving me this privilege. It's my honor to stand before you. Thank you so much.
That has been Ruqayyatu Abdurrahman, Executive Director, Al-Khairi Orphanage and Women Development. Thank you, ma'am, for that goodwill remark. Now, would like to invite Comrade Ibrahim Waya, who is also the convener, Kano Peace Committee, to give us his goodwill message. A round of applause for him, please, as he heads to the podium.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. And good morning, everybody. I will like to indulge, crave your indulgence to stand on the existing protocol already established. But let me quickly recognize the Global Rights, Isawali Foundation, Farming Foundation, and other critical stakeholders, and up to the police, the civil defense, and other critical stakeholders that are present here. Thank you. At the Kano Peace Committee, it's an independent platform which was established since 2018, and we engage on some of the critical challenges to do with the political space in Kano, particularly looking at the political category. We know very well political category has been a consistent problem in Kano, and it has been a challenge. And the victims most of the time happens to be women and children, because anytime when there are political category, the end of a fight, this results in creating a serious threat to the life and security of the group of women and children in Kano State. We've been committing the political class in Kano, and recently, after the 2019 election, 2023 election now, we discovered this to be the only challenge that we've been facing. And that is why we decided deliberately to engage the Kano State government and to see how we can bring a lasting solution to the issue of political category in Kano. And many of you can be witness what is happening recently. The resurgence of the political category is at alarming rate, and is actually threatening the whole of the environment, not just only the political environment, but the business environment, the social environment, everywhere it's been affected. And it's actually constituting a lot of threat to our own safety and our own security in the state, and also resulting even to sometimes disturbing some of the businesses or some of the routine activities of the people, especially in the market area. So we decided to come up with a project which we have gotten the blessing of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, and the governor mandated us at the Kano Peace Committee and the Special Advisor, Joint Security Services, to take up a project which is called Safe Corridor. The Safe Corridor project is to engage the political talks, or we rather call them the political influencers, or sometimes political gladiators, to see how we commit them to surrender and try to also help in promoting the peace and the security. The first phase of the project has already been launched together in collaboration with all other critical stakeholders, especially the police, the civil defense, the HISBA, the Office of the Special Advisor, Community Policing, and other critical stakeholders. And we have gotten, for the first round now, about 207 political talks who have now decided to surrender and have decided to stop anything to do with end of a fight, anything to do with political category in the state. But the challenges we're facing is some of these youth that all the time intend to surrender, they've been influenced by some of the political class. And the problem we're having again is this political category is an offense which is available. When they are arrested by the security agencies, because they are prosecuted, we often have this challenge whereby the political class go and have them on bail and sometimes even pay fine when they are taken to the court. And that is why we are now deciding to take another deliberate action by making the offense of anything to do with political category as an offense which is going to be equal to an offense of armed robbery, which is going to be no bail, and anybody arrested will be prosecuted accordingly. And we're also trying to make it that anybody that comes to bail or for bail or apply for bail on behalf of all these kind of things, we're going to expose them. We are going to create a situation where we'll be exposing the names of those people that are actually working behind the screen to promote these activities in the state. Many of the politicians take advantage of this and take advantage of the innocence of these people, which is very much unfortunate. But what we're actually soliciting, let me use this opportunity here to solicit the general public, members of the general public from Kano, to support this effort to bring an end to this menace. And we cannot achieve that unless when we become very bold enough, fearless enough to speak against these kind of things. Let us stop to be talking in our own mind or talking to ourselves. Let us amplify our voice by talking with a loud voice against this, and let us also try to see how we can condemn, criticize, at the same time also try to disassociate ourselves with those kind of people that are actually promoting this. Many young men have gotten or have fallen into victims of this kind of menace and this kind of terrible or criminal activities in the state, and has actually painted the state in a bad light, that we are troublemakers, we are this and that. And this effort that we're making is the same effort that the police started some times ago during CFI government, but unfortunately, it couldn't have the place in the state government. But this time around, the governor has committed himself and had decided to domicile this project in his own office. And that is why this project is speaking directly to the office of the governor, and the governor is the one directly involved and is the one directly receiving every kind of support as far as this is concerned. Very soon we'll be inviting the people for the lunch or public lunch or official lunch of this project. And we're hoping the state government will empower this 207 for the first, which is the first phase. And again, we have gotten some volunteers from the state. One person from the business committee has promised to provide job opportunities for 700 young people that will be rehabilitated and empowered. So this is actually the situation that we are in, and this is the effort we're making. Our effort and our intention and determination is to make sure that we phase out things to do with political category in Kano State. Alongside with this effort, we are also engaging the women because we understand they have some kind of influence over this. But the unfortunate thing is most of these young people come from a very poor family. Sometimes some of them are even actually dealers of hard drugs, and it is through that earning they also feed their own family. So that is the situation. You can see how it is linked up with the social and economic welfare of the people, even though somebody is trading in a criminal things or in a criminal activity, but at the same time, is providing also a livelihood for some of the members of his family. So that is why we're trying to create a situation where not only empowering the young people that are involved in that, but at the same time, also empowering their own family so that they can stop disturbing them and overburdening them to go back into this kind of criminal things. We are hoping at the same time that these young people that will be also wishing to get married will get them married, and that will also be involving women in the process. So I think I will stop that. I have seen the MC coming around me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That has been the convener, Kano Peace Committee, in person of Comrade Ibrahim Weya. I think we'll take one more goodwill message with Ralia Abdul Aziz Esquire from the National Drug and Law Enforcement Agency. Ralia Abdulaziz, Esquire.
Good morning, all. I'm Ralia Abdulaziz, ASQ representing the State Commander, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. I welcome us all to the Town Hall meeting of promoting collaboration for women's inclusion in peace and security. Well, we women as mothers, our inclusion in security is very good, but not nowadays. Women have taken another path on our own part. You see, nowadays, women are taking part in drug trafficking offenses, and sometimes the men, husbands, I have to call on you, they involve their wives into those business. At the end, when the women are arrested or the wives are arrested, you will not see the husband, they will abandon them. The wives will be prosecuted sometimes in the absence of the husband. So I call on all women to take notice of that and stop partaking in illegal drug trafficking, other offenses, because now women as they are, let me say 75% of them, crimes committed are sometimes associated with them. It's either they are part of it or they are the mastermind of the crime perpetrated. In this, I call on NGOs and other committee for awareness for women to stop all that and participate in other paramilitary and other works in order to stop all those. Because now women are open to that. Women are not only there to give birth, but to train the children. Security and peace start from mothers, right from childbirth, not at the growing level of children. And I call on women to participate, though we are making effort and awareness every day, not end of the month, in order to bring them to participate in paramilitary, other activities, rather than joining criminal gangs or other things. Because now most of our arrests, if you go to arrest, maybe if you heard about a joint or anywhere where illegal drug trafficking using, if you go there, maybe if you arrest like 5 males in them, facing now. But I, as the only female in legal department, I'm trying my best to counsel them whenever they are arrested. Among them, most of them, I call them. They complain about poverty. One, some of them maybe violence, domestic violence from their previous marriages that lead them to that. So I call on the men to please consider the problem that women are facing now, which led them to those crimes. Please, I'm calling on them and parents as well. We should check on the habit and manners of our children now, most especially the female children. Thank you.
I think we agreed before that there is no subsidy in the clap, so let's clap freely. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on today, I did mention that central to the strategy of this project is the establishment of the CDC. And so at this point, I will want to welcome the CDC to, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, give us a brief on the CDC and how CDC is helping to promote engagement for women inclusion and building community resilience. And so please join me welcome the chairman of the CAO CDC. Please put your hands together as we welcome him. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Noura Kabir, Chairman CAO CDC.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم dukkan yabo da godiya sun tabbata ga Allah madaukakin sarki tsira da amincin Allah su tabbata ga fiyayyen halitta Annabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. All protocol do observe. The Executive Secretary Global Right, the Secretary Isawali Empowerment Initiative, the representative of Police Commissioner of Kano State, the representative of Commandant Nigerian Security Civil Defense Corps Kano, the representative of Commander NDLEA, the representative of Zonal Commander NAPTIP Kano, the representative of Commander Civil Defense, the Royal Father of the Day, daga Chinkao, our religious leaders, civil society actors, others invited guests, good morning all. It is my privilege to stand before you. Kao Community Dialogue Committee, CDC, is a committee inaugurated by Global Right on 4th October 2024. And the NGOs birthed from pursuit of justice, equality, and human rights toward peace building, conflict resolution, drugs abuse, and gender-based values in collaboration with the Isawali Empowerment Initiative, which focuses to promote gender equity and champion the causes of women, children, youth, and other vulnerable groups in Kao and Kano at large. The Kao CDC members constituted of 15 members across the community, committed toward promotion, collaboration for human, inclusion in peace building, community engagement, security, drugs abuse, conflict resolution, sensitization, campaign on complete early warning sign and gender-based value. Women in Peace process is concept that has only recently found popularity within the Nigerian environment. The discourse of female participation in peace processing is at its lowest in a country like Nigeria, where patriarchy is deeply embedded, with most of the resolution mechanism put in place by the government being predominantly male. It is essential and fundamental to change the attitude toward women empowerment and inclusion in these peace-building processes. Men and women should be seen to participate equally in the processing at various levels of the procedure. This is because conflict affects both men and women differently. And so their definition of protection will also vary. Therefore, it is very important to consider perspective of women in peace building, and it provides a more holistic approach to achieving a sustainable peace. It is within this context that the community peace building project was designed by Global Right in order to promote a culture of dialogue and diversity through the involvement of all components of society, where reinforcing their capacity of CDC. The capacity of CDC CAO to help community members approach conflict and the differences in a constructive manner through cooperation and dialogue. Capacity building and the training on peace building, conflict mediation, dialogue designing, and the facilitation, as well as the establishment of CDC, are all sustainable mechanisms for reducing local level conflict and the mitigation the risk of future conflict in Kao and the Kano at large. At this action, we say thank you, Global Rights, for the recognition of the importance of women as equal partner in peace, security, governance, and the sustainable development in Kano State at large. Thank you, Global Rights, for empowering CDC CAO on the following capacity building training, namely capacity building on dialogue, peace building, non-punitive response, and the early warning approach for community dialogue committee CDC. Gender action learning system girls for household in CAO, capacity building on GBB, community prevention, and the response for member of CDC and the law enforcement. Gender action learning system girl step down training. Conclusion. Women are powerful agents for peace and security in their communities and the nation at large. Women can be engaging informally through peace marches, formation of unions, network, and the organization for peace coalition. It is also important to underline that having women of the peace table does not mean that they will push for a gender-sensitive approach in the process or will advocate for women issue. There is need for meaningful participation of women, both formally and informally, in peace process, which could be achieved by giving value of women participation through women empowerment and the policy instruments. Thank you all. God bless Global Right. God bless Kano State. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
To madalla, lalle mai kamar zuwa shi ake aika. Community Development Committee, una sure say una full ground. Yeah. A round of applause for them, please. All right, and next on the agenda is the keynote address on forging partnerships for sustainable peace through women inclusion. Hajia Hawashifu Nuhu, Managing Director at Human Angle, is going to give us that keynote address. A round of applause for Hawashifu Nuhu. Ko hantsi ya fara duban ludayi ne. Yawwa ɗan tafin nan, yawwa don ta ji ƙarfin gwiwa.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hawa Shafi'i Nuhu. I am the managing editor at Human Angle Media, a media organization headquartered in Abuja, committed to the insightful and diverse coverage of Africa's conflicts, development, and humanitarian issues. I'd like to start by thanking the Global Rights, the Isawali Empowerment Initiative, and all the organizations that made this gathering possible. I also want to start by saying I'm very pleased to see the level of gender representation here in the room. That's excellent. It's something to be proud of. Many times we attend events that are meant to speak about the importance of gender representation, but unfortunately we don't see a lot of women represented. This is the first event of many I have seen where that gender representation has been achieved. I'd like to start by saying we live in a society that, despite its vast technological advancements, is still deeply cultural. And culture is not always a bad thing, right? And so I want to say a quote that is attributed to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. She says, "Culture does not make people, people make culture." And if it is true that our culture does not recognize the full humanity of women, then we can and must change our culture. Nigeria's conflict landscape is multifaceted and complex. From the Boko Haram insurgency ravaging the northeastern region of the country to the rural yet increasingly sophisticated terrorism that's going on in the northwestern parts of the country, and also to the IPOB agitations that are going on in the southeastern region. We know from data and from human-centered reporting that over 35,000 people have been killed as a result of insurgency and terrorism activities in the Northeast alone. We also know that over 3 million people have been displaced by these violent conflicts. What I'm trying to say is that what we're dealing with is not a small issue. It is a huge problem that requires all hands on deck to be able to be addressed. This means that efforts to contain these various conflicts have to be multifaceted and inclusive too. Responses need to involve kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. It is why even counterinsurgency efforts have code names that reflect the various strategies being used for each, from the Operation Hatankai to the Operation Safe Corridor that is going on in Gombe State. Men have been known to largely constitute kinetic approaches, and women's involvement and successes have mostly been seen towards non-kinetic approaches. As history has shown, it involves mediation, it involves sulhu, and the ability to organize. It is important that we leverage each group's weaknesses and strengths in order to achieve the best version of success in each approach. This also means that the approaches need to involve both women and men. We cannot move forward as a society if only one gender of that society is being actively involved and carried along. Women deserve as much stake as men do. The simple acknowledgement of this fact can completely change the way we interact with and conduct peace-building activities. But as we talk about the need to forge partnerships for sustainable peace through women's inclusion, we also need to emphasize that the women we include in peace-building initiatives, they don't have to be those with fancy degrees who speak the English language eloquently and who have access to all the tools that every woman in this room has access to. These efforts need to include women in rural areas who do not always have access to the tools that we do, women who are skilled in grassroots mobilization, women who know how to organize. An important example of why this strategy is important and is often successful can be seen in how we at Human Angle Media have collaborated with a group of women known as the NIFA Women in Borno State. The NIFA Women is a group of about 2,000 displaced women. They are IDPs in Borno State, and their husbands, their brothers, their sons were arbitrarily detained by state forces about 10 years ago on mostly unfounded allegations of being affiliated with the Boko Haram terror group. So the women started to clamor and fight for the release of their husbands, but they were not making a lot of success. And so they came together, over 2,000 women, they came together and they would go on radio and speak about the illegal detention of their husbands and their sons. They would organize peaceful protests. They would hold placards. These women do not speak the English language. They do not have access to any form of formal education, but they were able to galvanize very effectively. And at Human Angle, we amplified a lot of their efforts. And about a year into the amplification, about 1,000 of the men were finally released. As we speak, at least 1,009 of those men have been released. This is the kind of success that is possible once we expand the scope of the kind of women we involve in peace-building activities. To reiterate the kind of positive impacts that becomes possible, I would like to offer you another case study. One has to do with Nigeria's first ever de-radicalization program. It was designed by Dr. Fatima Akilu of the NIM Foundation. Now, I mentioned earlier about the Operation Safe Corridor going on in Gombe State. So in the course of insurgency and terrorism, there are a lot of women who oftentimes, and even men, are kidnapped. I'm sure a lot of us remember the Chibok girls. They are kidnapped and then they have to spend a lot of years with insurgents or with terrorists. If they spend up to 10 years, it is possible that they would have been radicalized during that period. And a lot of them go on to perpetuate a lot of violent crimes. So the Operation Safe Corridor exists ideally to serve people like that, so that if they are able to leave those terror groups and they come back to state-controlled territories, they are able to lay down their arms and be accepted back by the society. And then they go through a de-radicalization program in order for them to be able to go back into the society and live normally. So what Dr. Fatima Akilu did with the first design of the de-radicalization program was to involve women, because we also need to understand that women have enough agency to be able to make even unsafe choices. Secondly, the importance of clamoring for safe and accommodating policies and structures as we build frameworks that insist on the inclusion of women. It is not enough to have an allotted number of seats for women at the table. It is not enough to have policies in our handbooks that says certain percentages of women need to be in certain positions. We must also take it a step further by ensuring that the women who do make it into those systems are safe, secure, and in an environment that respects their full humanity and agency. I say this against the backdrop of violations that have been recorded in the process of the de-radicalization of women who have been found to be active participants in war. I will talk about this later, but first we need to talk about how important it is that women are not kept on a higher pedestal than men. It is true that women have a lot to contribute because we are human, but that also means that because we are human, we are also sometimes capable of violence. Obviously, men constitute the higher percentage of insurgents and terrorists. There is no doubt about this. But it also does not mean that there aren't women who are loyal to violent causes. We need to be comfortable with the facts. Once we are, it will ensure that women who are found wanting they will not be allocated a higher punishment than men just because they are women. We have heard a lot of cases where you hear about something bad that someone did, and then the moment you hear that it's a woman, the outrage is even higher. Kuma mace ce fa, kuma tana haka? But we're all humans, right? And so we should not allocate a higher level of blame to women because we've placed them on a higher pedestal. Now, lastly, to the importance of creating safe institutions for women's inclusion, the first and only time that Nigeria admitted women into its de-radicalization program, the women reported on favorable conditions. One woman told us at Human Angle that she was required to wear underwear in public in order to show that she was no longer radicalized. Remember that a lot of these women are Muslim women who wear hijab, who cover themselves. And these women are now asked to expose their body to prove that they are no longer radicalized. This is a form of abuse. Another woman told us that she was required to shake the hand of a male military officer to prove that she was no longer radicalized. Now, obviously, a lot of Muslim women would decline to shake the hand of someone from the opposite gender. It does not mean that the woman is from Boko Haram. It just means that she adheres to the rules of her religion. But unfortunately, during this program, these women were asked to shake the hands of men just to prove that it was time for them to be released. And when this woman refused, it earned her an extra 6 months in that detention facility. So when we build institutions that are safe for all women, including women like this, we don't do it for ourselves alone. We don't do it for them alone. We do it for the perseverance of national security. If a woman is not properly trained under the DDR program and she is released back into society, she does not pose a harm to herself alone. She poses harm to the entire community. And so as we have these conversations today and forge pathways forward, we must remember the importance of intersectionality and the effective ways to achieve women's inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hawa Shafi Nuhu, Managing Editor at Human Angle. Enough of the Turanchi we've heard all the Turanchi, all the yeses, the no's, the haka akaiba, and it's time to engage stakeholders and participants. So far, so good. We've had abubuwan da suka faru a cikin ƙoƙarin da masu ruwa da tsaki suke yi na wajen tabbatar da an samu ɗorewar zaman lafiya da kuma tabbatar da tsaro a tsakanin al'umma. Za mu so mu ji daga ɓangaren ko tambayoyi ko kuma gudunmuwa kan abubuwan da aka tattauna a kai. Please, your comments, your contributions, your questions as regards what we've been talking about so far, tun daga safiya down to early afternoon. Questions, comments, contributions, experiences. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's take the 5. Let's take 5 and then we'll come back and take some more. The first person, please. I think we can share the mic. We have mic somewhere from the back. Here we go.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate the organizers of this very, very important town hall meeting. You see, the issue of promoting collaboration for women's inclusion is timely. Obviously, things are happening, and we all know that women are being neglected right from the home. Even the domestic violence we are talking about is as a result of, mostly as a result of negligence. So we need to look at that side. And then another issue is to reduce or to alleviate the issue of community conflict. We need to advocate for constitutional inclusion of traditional institutions. We all know that in those days or in the past years, traditional rulers, they have right to, you see, to address issues of conflict. And that is the reason why in most cases, courts don't have cases like what is happening now. Most of the issues that are arising is something that can be resolved within the traditional institutions. So we need, particularly the CSOs, we need to advocate for inclusion of traditional institutions into our constitution so that they will have right to enroll pupils to school. They also have right to impose any law that will address issue of peace within the community. And lastly, the issue of inclusion. Of course, our disabled people used to have issues in the community. These are areas that we need to look at and then support these organizers so that at the end of the day, we will have a very peaceful community. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
You're welcome, sir. Yours sounds like more of a comment. Let's take the second person.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Suleiman Zubairu, Secretary Kano Initiative for Persons with Special Needs. The impact that violence and insecurity have not only as an advocate for people with disabilities, but also as a voice for the marginalized and overlooked in our society. As we gather today, we are reminded of the profound impact that violence and insecurity have in our communities, particularly for women, youth, and persons with disability. These groups bear bonds of conflict, experiencing not just physical danger, but also emotional trauma, economical instability, and social inclusion. Yet, despite these challenges, we must recognize the immense potential that lies within our communities, especially among women, if we are to achieve lasting peace. Women are not merely victims in terms of conflict. They are essential actors in the pursuit of sustainable peace and insecurity. If we work together, government, securities agencies, civil services organizations, traditional and religious leaders commit to fostering a culture of collaboration that uplifts all the voices. These will champion the inclusion narratives, one that values devices responsible perspectives in peace and security dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ina ga saboda mu samu kyakkyawar fahimta and then be comfortable in giving our contributions da kuma tambayoyi. We can equally speak in our native language. Ni da Hausa ko? Yawwa. Hanna ji daɗi. All right. The next person, please. The third person. Help me pass the mic on to her. Got mic in a bayanki. Got mic in there.
Thank you. Please, I prefer to speak in English. I just want to appreciate this program through Global Rights and Isawali Initiative. Straight to the point, my question is, what informs the choice of Kao community in this program? Secondly, I have seen all departments, enough departments and agencies here, but I have not seen representative of the government. Are we not working with any ministry that has to do with conflict, peace building, and things like that? Or at least humanitarian department? Okay. So that, because what we are discussing here is very important, and this is a very high-level town hall meeting, so at least the ministry should be here. Thirdly, I want to say that Issa Wali is doing a very good job. My organization is also working in the area of peace building and conflict resolution. I want to propose that we form a network where all of us in Kano can come together and share experiences, air our views, so that we can avoid overlapping activities. Thank you. Okay, I'm Dr. Ramatu Shehu Garba, Executive Director, Support for Women and Teenage Children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. One of your observations is duly noted. We have the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women and Children and Disabled, in person of Muttaka Iyakase. He's here present with us. Sir, you're welcome. Sannan kuma, your question as to what informed the choice of Kao community to be selected in this program, I think that question goes to the convener of the program. What informed?
Okay. Okay, so question is why Kao, right? Why Kao among all the communities? Is a pilot. And for a pilot, you want to start from a particular location. And then so you can draw lessons and be able to expand to other communities. And so when we said, okay, let's start from Sokoto, for instance, when we started from Sokoto and Kaduna, which were the pilots, Sokoto and Kaduna. And then we chose Gyagi community in Sokoto, and then chose Zonkwa in Kaduna. And then later on, we expanded again to another community in Sokoto, Kwari. And then we now expanded to Katsina and Kanu. So, okay, let's pick a community in this state as well. In Katsina, Nasinta was chosen, and then in Kanu, Kawo was chosen. Why Kawo? People say, why Kawo? Okay, me too, I want to ask the question, why Kawo? Why did we even start from Kawo? But of course, there are so many unique factors why we say, okay, let's start from Kawo. It doesn't mean the project is going to end just with Kawo. So as I said, it's a pilot. And so after the first phase or the first year, so by the end of March, when this phase must have ended, we must have drawn lessons and use that lessons to see how we expand to other communities. But we have seen that Kawo itself has a kind of it's like a mixture or a mixed ground where you have all the various stakeholders, let me put it that way, including various religions, various affiliations, various ethnic groups. And I think you will find all of them in Kao. If you are looking for even somebody from Lagos State, you will find in Kao. If you are looking for somebody from Maiduguri, you will find in Kao. And so it's just a pilot to say, let's pilot with this community that has this mix. And then, as I said, after the review by next year, we're able to decide to move to another, I mean, not to move, but to extend to another community. And with time, by God's grace, we would have been able to cover, if not all the communities in Kano, but at least a great part, at least to have this in across at least each all the local governments in Kano. We have 44 local governments in Kano. And so if for a start, we are having one communities in at least all the 44 local governments, that's already like 44 CDCs. So from that, Kawo now, we're expecting Kawo should give birth to another CDC community in Nasarawa local government. So why we go on to other local governments like that. So apart from this reason I've given, there is no other special consideration to say why we decide to start with Kawo.
I hope we are good, ma'am. Good. The next person, please. I think we picked on 5 people. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I am Nuruddin Muhammad Sauni, representing Youth and Environmental Development Association, YEDA. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the organizers of this forum. It's really timing and really commendable. I'm here to offer our affiliation to collaborate with this town hall or to this forum or consortium. YEDA is into conflict and resolution management. So we are putting forward we tender to the call that we are going to collaborate with Jester and so forth. What I want to say more again is quite okay, but just like the former presenter says, CAO is a cosmopolitan place where people are from different ethnics and from different ethnic groups and religion. It will be good, and I really buy in the idea for even starting there. As that is what I want to say for now. Either we are very much ready, and we will collaborate with the same sector. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Let's have the last person, please. The last person from the other side.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abbas Zakar Isaac. I am representing Drug Free Future Initiative. I would like to speak with my native language. Da farko dai abin da nake so na fara magana akai shine jami'an tsaronmu wanda suka kunshi NDLEA da 'yan sanda da sauransu suna matuƙar ƙoƙari a harkar abin da ya shafi ƙwaya da shaye-shayen miyagun ƙwayoyi. Duk wani form of violence ko wani form of abuse mostly directly ko indirectly yana relating da shaye-shayen miyagun ƙwayoyi. Dan a normal mutum bai fiye barin yadda asalin halittar shi take ba. A normal in dai ba yana ta'ammali da wasu abubuwa da suka shafi ko dai miyagun ƙwayoyi ko wasu abubuwa mai kama da haka. To abinda ni kiran hankali ko in ce ina so na ɗanyi wani tsokaci kaɗan especially abin da ya shafi NDLEA da kuma sauran jami'an tsaro shine su tabbatar aikinsu ya zama na cewa yana gudanuwa yadda ya kamata duk da suna iya ƙoƙarinsu. To muna da dai Allah Ubangiji ya shiga lamarin nasu ya ƙara sa musu ƙarfi wajen aiki. Yawa, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mutane da yawa sun yi kira for tafiya collective collaborations. Da kuma yana da kyau haka ɗin. Bibi an ce ta fi ɗaya, ko ba haka ba ne? Abin da ya shafi al'umma ne, ganin yadda over time za a iya cewar abubuwa sun taɓarɓare an rasa yadda za a yi a kamo bakin zarensu. To amma da alama mun baro gini ne turan tubali. Da watakila idan an yi nazari a cikin yadda al'umma take, musamman al'ummar ƙasar Hausa, ai ba haka muke ba. What went wrong? How do we unwrong it? Ko? Da watakila mutanen al'umma ba mu da yawa, yanzu muna da yawa. Me yasa ba ma taking advantage na yawanmu to better things? Na ga kamar atmosphere ɗin gurin ya ɗanyi sanyi kaɗan. We'll give a teaser, amma sai mun dawo daga tea break, insha Allah. We'll take on these questions. Muga ina muka kuskuro a matsayin mu na al'umma. Mu ne dai, da uwa da uba, da 'ya'ya, da jikoki, da makota. Mu ne dai ba wasu 'yan sama jannati ba ne suka zo suka lalata mana al'amura. Mu ne dai mu ne. Ni, ku, mu, duk kowa da kowa. So it's a collective responsibility that everybody, old and young, male and female, dole sai an shigo ciki an yi hoɓɓasa. Ba wai su security agencies su kaɗai za a bari da responsibility ɗin gyara ba ko kuma wani abu makamancin haka. I think it's time we go for a tea break. Atmosphere ɗin ta ɗanyi, it's a bit dull. Yes, afternoon don't reach. Hantsi ya dubi ludayi.
Just to say, by the time we come back from tea, our people here have been eager to energize us a little, so they will get us energized a little. before we start the next session. But for now, we'll just take a 30 minutes break. Apart from tea break, it's equally a health break for us to stretch our legs and all that. But we have tea and snacks at the back there. So please, we will just go through this door. Somebody there will direct us to where it's leading to for the tea break. Please collect your tea ticket from the lady at the door there, so as you can gain access to where the tea and the snacks is served. All right. Yes, I'm expecting, because is not just outside, they're all walking down there, but I'm expecting we just accord the respect to those in the front to just lead the way while the rest of us follow them. All right. Thank you very much.
From the high table, Bismillah, please.
In the vast expanse of Nigeria's northwest, a silent struggle persists. Here, amidst the challenges of peace, security, and civic participation, the community grapples with the complexities of its reality.
Northwest Nigeria over the past decade has become synonymous with insecurity, with a lot of violence. You've got cases of intercommunal violence, intracommunal violence with ethnic and religious violence going on in communities that should otherwise be at peace.
The farmer-herder conflicts, there's always this contestation over the existing resources. They could be scarce resources, it could be encouragement into farmland.
You will be in your farm, suddenly you hear gunshots. You either be shot or the person you're working with will be shot. People became fearful. Nobody wants to go to the farm again.
Tribalisms, religions, difference, regionalisms, and the political sentiments. Issue of nepotisms among even the political class. They are the factors responsible for creating unrest and dispute and hatred between one another.
All of this political instability and economic headwinds culminated in casualties on all sides. The justice system was burdened, and therefore access for every citizen was limited, expectedly putting even more pressure on the family unit seeking redress. The shrinking coping mechanism on the home front was evident. The men could certainly not do it all alone. And as for the women, while their valuable contributions to homekeeping, caregiving, and subsistence farming was acknowledged and encouraged, their opinions and contributions to public discourse was rarely invited.
This community was attacked.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, with a population of over 204 million people, enjoys a diverse emerging market and a growing economy worth more than $500 billion. From the highlands of the north to the tropics of the south, her beauty demands to be experienced.
Beautiful parts of this country, the entire Northeast region. You think about the different cultures, the Kanuris, the Hausas, the Fulanis, all living peacefully together, all the ethnic groups. When you think about the activities that went on in the Chad, Lake Chad region, it was really the food basket in Nigeria.
These mass atrocities continually spread, threatening the entire country, with the numbers of lives lost at an alarming rate. Silence is no longer an option. Northeastern Nigeria, the center of operation of some of the nation's deadliest cult gangs and the epicenter of the longest insurgency and humanitarian crisis in the nation's history.
The Boko Haram insurgency started with a Muslim group advocating or speaking about, issues around marginalization and just neglect from the authorities in their communities, gathering communities and people together to be able to share, ideologies and ideas of how they think their communities can progress better.
A decade of armed violence has destroyed the lives and the livelihood of thousands of civilians, causing mass displacements across the region. At least 27,000 people have been killed, and more than 2 million have fled their villages since the beginning of the insurgency crisis.
Kuma daga Maiduguri ne zuwa nan. Na zo anan daga Maiduguri ba abin da ya kawo ni, akan fada ne na kawo ni anan Maiduguri daga Maiduguri. Yanzu anan ma bandan abba na ina mama na ana ma ban sani bane. Akan me ne duk Boko Haram ne ya zo ya kore ni. Amma ba wanda zai mana taimako sai gyara wurin mana babu. Lokacin da ni suna shiga nan, ni ina ɗakina ne, amma ni da mutane nan suna tare. Ya riga ya su ya kore mu ne, mu gudu mu fita, ni kuma na fita hanya daban ne. Kuma taimakon ma a hanya ne na fita ma da yunwa da abu ne na zo na shiga hana.
According to the United Nations Organization for Crisis and Humanitarian Assistance, at least 8 million people in this region will require humanitarian assistance in 2021. The conflict and its resulting humanitarian crisis are the latest additions to a deadly cocktail that had been brewing long before the first terrorist attack in 2009. Before the insurgency crisis, the Northeast had some of the worst human development indicators in Nigeria. A 2016 report by the World Bank found that the Northeast was the only region that had not reported a reduction in the incidence of poverty between 2004 to 2013.
The Northeast part of Nigeria and the Lake Chad region is as a result of social, economic, environmental, and religious factors intertwined together to create and sustain the combustible mixture that has resulted in deaths of thousands of people and displacement of millions of people in the region.
That region is one of the poorest in Nigeria, has the lowest educational level in Nigeria, and then coupled with climate change, which led to the shrinking of Lake Chad and of religious extremism, which is largely built from the inequity that the people in the region suffered in looking for hope and in looking for governance, that religious extremism started to take place in there.
Of recent, it seems that they've reached a sort of a détente, that there are areas that belong to Boko Haram, there are areas that belong to the Nigerian states, as it were. And the Nigerian state appears to have given up the countryside, especially in Borno states, to the insurgents.
During the same period, the Northeast was reported to have had a shrinking middle class, resulting in the largest increase in income inequality in Nigeria. The prevalence of multidimensional poverty as a leading causal factor of the crisis in the Northeast cannot be overstated. However, the presence of religious extremists was another factor. Boko Haram, known in Arabic as Jumatu al-Sunnah Lidawati wal Jihad, meaning people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teaching and jihad, was formed in Maiduguri, the capital of northeastern Borno State. It is believed that the group was founded around 2001 by Muhammad Yusuf. As has been the case across other regions in the country, the radicalization of the group began after Nigerian authorities tried to use force to subdue it. Yusuf was murdered by the Nigerian police force in broad daylight while phone cameras were filming.
The killing of their leader, Muhammad Yusuf, in broad daylight with his body slain across the streets really agitated people and fueled a lot of anger that has turned into the uncontrollable circumstances that people are living in the Northeast region today.
He was shot at a close range while seated with his hands bound behind him. The first terrorist attack in the region happened shortly after Yusuf was killed. As the spate of attacks increased, the Nigerian army would raid villages and carry out brutal attacks against innocent civilians who they suspected were members of Boko Haram. In this manner, thousands of young men disappeared. In their reasoning, if they were not killed or conscripted into the insurgency, they were covert members who spied and acted as runners for the group. With a high incidence of poverty and a war raging between Boko Haram and the Nigerian army, many indigents became increasingly desperate, and others sought to exact revenge against the military for arresting, disappearing, or killing their innocent loved ones. It became relatively easy to recruit new members to join Boko Haram because the group promised payments to its members. The alternative would have been to wallow in extreme poverty or possibly end up killed by the Nigerian army.
The Nigerian government itself was complicit in the atrocities that led to the growth of the demon called Boko Haram today.
Nigeria has a habit of rewarding men with guns who can bring violence to bear. So if we reward men with guns, why not pick up your own gun and get your seat at the table?
As the group became more radical, it began to receive support from other international terrorist groups. And as the Nigerian government pumped in more arms and money to the region to combat Boko Haram, the stronger the gang grew.
After the Dapchi kidnaps, when huge ransoms were paid, there was a surge in Boko Haram activity shortly after. So it's not a stretch to link such an action and such payments to purchase of new weapons, and the ability to pay fighters and the ability to import fighters.
While the gang struggled to fight off the Nigerian army, tension was brewing within its ranks, adding another dimension to the crisis in the Northeast. Dissidents within Boko Haram broke off in 2016 to form ISWAP, or the Islamic State in West African province. The region has since been thrown into a war triangle, with Boko Haram fighting against the Nigerian government and ISWAP, the Nigerian government fighting both gangs, and the ISWAP fighting against both the Nigerian government and Boko Haram. In Northeast Nigeria, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Since the Boko Haram insurgency began, every year, thousands of Nigerians are displaced across the country.
People have been serially displaced. So you're displaced first by some headsmen attacking you. Then a flood comes, whatever little thing you manage to gather takes you away. Now the attacks are back. And no one is talking. Nobody's really saying.
While most are displaced due to perennial violence, some are due to environmental disasters such as desertification, floods, erosion, all which are often preventable or could have been managed more effectively. The Middle Belt region of Nigeria is fast becoming the epicenter of this crisis, with a mix of both natural and man-made disasters. There is a general misconception that the crisis in Nigeria's Middle Belt is a new phenomenon. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Amnesty International describes the crisis in the Middle Belt as a stark manifestation of decades of lack of good governance and opacity within the security forces, on top of underlying climate and human challenges. The key word here being decades.
The North Central in particular, you have communal conflicts. You have what has come to be termed herder-farmer conflicts. Sometimes they call it clashes, but in many cases, you find a situation, because in the last few years, what has come out in the lexicon is they call them terrorist headsmen or militant headsmen attacks. And although they are termed clashes by many publications internationally and even locally, what tends to happen is you have basically a decimation. You have a flood of people who just come in and attack a community, typically a farming community.
A lot of the conflicts in Nigeria now are actually resource conflicts that are taking on another form.
The Middle Belt conflicts have been ongoing for nearly 40 years now. The recent resurgence is an intensification of a prolonged battle over access to resources, including water, land, and pasture.
Benue State is a farmland. It's a state that is considered the food basket of the nation, where food is produced in large quantities. It's basically predominantly occupied by farmers. So this is also the green vegetation that attracts those herdsmen to come in, and they have taken over communities in the quest to settle on the lands that are green to feed their cattle.
They have weapons, and then nothing happens. They go about with it, and then they feel they will expand, and then the people, the origins, those who belong to the land should make way for their heads.
Like the region, the conflicts in the Middle Belt are multi-layered and complex. On one hand, the conflicts are largely over access to pasture, as herders are being pushed further south in search of land for their cattle to graze. This has become necessary due to increasing levels of environmental degradation and desertification, both resulting from climate change. On the other hand, ethnic and religious schisms, exacerbated by indigent settler policies, unregulated mining, a problematic land use act, and justice failures all add up in a recipe for disaster. To deter incalcitrant herds from destroying their crops, farmer communities have drink or employ other violent tactics. When cows die, herders tend to attack the culprit communities. In other cases, farming communities have hired mercenaries to carry out reprisal attacks against herders. In both instances, it is important to note that neither side trusts law enforcement or the justice system to intervene justly and in a timely manner. The mercenaries and other opportunistic bandits, while carrying out these attacks, steal cattle from herders and travel across borders to sell them. The reprisal attacks against herding communities and theft of cattle further exacerbates the conflict as herdsmen go out of their way to exact revenge. And so the cycle goes. However, rather than back down, the herders began acquiring sophisticated weapons, and the attacks against farming communities became more consistent, resulting in the crisis we experience now.
It was on Sunday. I ain't ready on lad. Do it. Now, from time you showing the two for an Robuka, I'm saying the Mugapa is in. Yamaka Mukasha, nay, Yankin. But time came now, Yanina, only the Yatu. But my time came on where the Tana can use Naya. Only Namukasha. Now, you're Lanushima. Open reply, we get to file and follow that to young Buka.
In late February 2016, a series of attacks believed to be committed in retaliation for the killing of cows belonging to the predominantly Fulani herders led to a series of massacres in Agato, Benue State. These incidents led to thousands of people displaced from their homes to IDP camps all around the country as their land and houses were burnt down and people murdered.
Since 2011, we have been displaced under our in our neighboring community, Egba, from 2011, and I cannot be able to go there and settle in my place because if you go to my place now, they totally
our community is totally brought down by the Igba community. So since 2011, we reside in Obagadi. This is where we are staying.
Fulani militia are responsible for some of the attacks, which are mostly around the riverine areas where the farmers are residing. And also, more persistently, it is communal crisis. They have been displaced from time and time again as a result of attacks on each other. And this have for reasons of land dispute. And for over 10 years, some people have been living away.
Agasi is a very remote location. It's not an easy place to get to. So when the attacks happened, first to even get information was not very easy. You know, we didn't really know. So the communities, people who worked in the space, NGO workers, said there was this number of people killed. Then next thing you know, the authorities come out and say, no, it was only, you know, and debunk. So again, we're not keeping track. We don't have data. And then we play these games with numbers, you know. So if there's one person dead, the authorities should not say only one person died. One person dead is one person too many.
While people have tensions, which is bound to come up in any society, they've been exacerbated because of the failure of the authorities to actually ensure that there is accountability when any sort of violence takes place. And so people started giving it various definitions. You know, you hear one day that it's an attack against Christians or it's an attack against minorities. It's just one thing to the other. And that's really because it's been allowed to fester.
This is why I'm here, because I was displaced by neighboring groups. There's a conflict, that is a war. And I left that place since about 5 years back. Since when I came here, I have no means of living. I have 3 wives and 17 children. My children are not able to go to school because even to feed it, I find it very difficult. How can I talk about feeding my children?
The Aguilar community is filled up with almost about 15,000 IDPs who have been displaced from across 11 communities within Agatu. And the situation doesn't seem to be improving.
The Agatu situation is sad, but that's the situation across a lot of the Middle Belt, a lot of the country, where we seem to have just given up, really. And you just hear about these, we killed XYZ bandits in so places. But if you're killing them, how come they're still able to attack?
The indigene-settler clash adds another dimension to the conflict in the Middle Belt.
Nigeria, Nedaka, Makudi local government. Chokwa Mbaluhe Yanu, Frani, P214, Worusha Moyanga Tankarani, Yangula, Juji, and Frani va Zinase, Chisi do it. Nan Sylvia, Akaya, Hamapoch, Yambi, Nancy do it. Ngenzan, Sabapato Hide Yemenga, Kachoka in November.
In Plateau State, for instance, the population is made up of ethnic groups who are predominantly Christian. These are considered to be indigenes of the capital city of Jos. The predominantly Muslim Hausa and Fulani ethnic groups are considered to be settlers or non-indigenes and so do not enjoy certain privileges, such as access to political, economic, and communal resources. These divisions, which are largely ethno-religious in nature, have led to some violent clashes between indigenes and settlers in the Middle Belt. A third dimension to this conflict is the rapid growth of agrarian, herding, and mining activities in the region. This problem is further worsened by the fact that the land is also rapidly degrading while population growth is on the rise, leading to more mouths and fewer resources to make that happen. As the violence rages on, its impact on agriculture, livestock, and trade cannot be overlooked in the Middle Belt, which is essential to the country's food production. The resultant IDP and humanitarian crisis also portends more challenges for the country as thousands of unaccompanied minors continue to roam the streets of Nigeria and will very likely end up as the perpetrators or casualties of these perennial conflicts. While farming communities in the Middle Belt continue to be ravaged by gangs of armed herdsmen, the northwestern region continues to be under attack by a gang of bandits. In recent years, bandits in the Northwest have become headline staples for kidnapping, armed robbery, murder, rape, cattle rustling, and the exploitation of environmental resources.
These are attacks on Southern Kaduna, and they have spanned for so long. Before I was born, and I'm 30 years old, has there ever been a time when Southern Kaduna was not under attack?
Their activities, like those of Boko Haram and the killer headsmen, have resulted in the deaths and displacement of tens of thousands. These gang of bandits also seem to have symbiotic relationships with the header gangs in the Middle Belt and Boko Haram in the Northeast. Sometimes they are hybrids of either.
Those old men where they no fit run to go anywhere, they kill them. Plus the children we no grow rich anywhere, they kill them. Plus the pregnant women where they no go fit run go anywhere, they also kill them.
So many atrocities have happened in Nigeria over the years, and the perpetrators are not punished. It only feeds the cycle.
Sometimes we tend to have these conversations with very big, flowery words, but let's come back to the reality on ground that our people are dying.
Nigeria is under a severe internal and security threat with political, economic, and environmental dimensions. Each of these variances has critically affected the stability of the nation and can be traced back to many factors in which the Fulani herdsmen appear to be a key reason.
The issue of insecurity in the Northwest emanated firstly from Zamfara around 2010, and it started as a result of misunderstanding between the farmers and the herders on land usage, where the farmers are complaining that the Fulanis are encroaching their farmland, while the Fulanis are complaining that the farmers are encroaching their grazing land. That was basically the genesis of the conflict and the crisis in the northwestern region of Nigeria as far back as 2010.
The rise of banditry in the Northwest is not unrelated to the impoverishment in the region. However, the large reserves of mineral resources is an often less talked about factor, leading to the increased spate of violence we have seen in recent years. Artisanal mining of mineral resources is widespread in states like Zamfara, which has experienced some of the worst atrocities by bandits.
Herders on farmers' violence has escalated in recent years. It used to be marginable decades back through traditional institutions where they mediate to de-escalate confrontation over cattle that move into farmlands.
At independence, we had the full area of the country available for pastoralism. But because of desert encroachment, a combination of desert encroachment and, more importantly, security issues, we now have less than half of that available.
While the attacks on mining villages across the Northwest are not new, they have intensified over the last 5 years. In April 2021, at least 412 persons were killed in Zamfara. In that month, Global Rights observed a rise in the number of deaths resulting from bandit attacks as the gang had expanded its area of activity beyond Zamfara. Perhaps this is likely the case because the bandits, who are now in control of several mining fields, are in a sustained war with the indigenous host communities. It is now often unclear when an attack is purely commercial bandit raid, a communal land grab raid, or a reprisal attack between the communities and bandits, some of which live in the communities across the adjoining borders of Niger Republic.
Currently in Zamfara State, we have an Air Force base, that has been situated just basically in order to protect the situation of insecurity in Zamfara state. But unfortunately, one of the major challenges we are facing, most of these military are deployed to the local government headquarters, not in the rural communities where the OAGs are operating.
Porous borders also mean that arms are ferried in and out of the country easily, and rustlers and bandits make unhindered attacks and retreat across borders. It is also beginning to appear that terrorists and arms flushed out of the northeast are starting to make their way to the northwest and fanning downwards to other parts of the country.
People have lost faith in the capacity of the states to dispense justice. It is now everybody for himself, God for all of us. So we pick up arms and take justice, or what we consider to be justice, for ourselves.
Another dimension to the crisis in the northwest is the fact that the region sits between the strongholds of the warring Islamic fundamentalist groups, Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin and ISWAP in the southern Niger. The northwest is thus highly susceptible to attacks by both fundamentalist groups, even if only to fund their respective agendas. Nigeria is both an entry and exit country for the transnational trafficking of small arms and light weapons. Recent figures from SMB Intelligence suggest that there are more than 6 million arms in the hands of non-state actors in Nigeria. Compared to only 500,000 arms in the hands of state actors, they are outnumbered 12-1. These figures provide some insight into one of the major
They will not be able to turn the Abuja-Kaduna road into a dead zone if they didn't have weapons to make it happen.
Reports further indicate that there are varying factors within Nigeria's society that make use of such weapons. A few of them are illegal mine traders, cultist groups, armed robbers. The biggest cache is, however, imported by rival political groups desperate to steal their mandate through violence. These groups would arm miscreants to foment chaos during elections. But after election season, the guns enter into the cycle of other forms of organized crimes, fueling other forms of violence. In recent years, there has been a spike in the number of attacks on and killing of state security agents. After such attacks, their arms are carted away by their attackers. Beyond Zamfara, active unregulated artisanal mining is a nationwide occurrence. One thing that's not taken into consideration here is the health and environmental implications of these poorly regulated artisanal mining causes. Beyond being perpetrated by notorious gangs, the conflicts in northern Nigeria are also tied by another common thread: neglect and a lack of accountability by the Nigerian government. But what does this neglect look like in other parts of Nigeria? In southeast Nigeria, years after the Civil War, it seems the scars left behind might take longer to heal. "50 years and at least 2 million fatalities later, Nigeria is still haunted by the atrocities and devastation of the Civil War. In addition to this, the nation is again witnessing a rise in agitations for a Biafran state. For most Nigerians, the war over the breakaway state of Biafra is generally regarded as an unfortunate episode best forgotten. But for the indigenes of the Southeast who fought to succeed, its unaddressed atrocities continue to fester multidimensional, intergenerational trauma.
Truth about the story of Biafra is the story of most Nigerians, that they cannot trust their government. That government is not protecting them. That government is not fighting for them.
The very blood that Nigeria has spilled over the years is what is preventing this country from making progress. Because all that blood is crying out for justice.
The ghost of Biafra terribly haunting us and causing such violence from the mistrust of a country that has failed its people.
I mean, come on. How do you treat your people like that and expect them to be happy to be Nigerians. They will not be.
While corruption is rife in Nigeria, its greatest problem is impunity. There has been very little accountability for the various crimes perpetrated against individuals and communities in the past. The misapplied quest for justice often results in self-help reprisal attacks, which morph and snowball into bigger crimes and conflicts. In a country where past atrocities are not acknowledged and sectionalism is amplified, injustice becomes systemic and violence inevitable. 50 years and at least 2 million fatalities later, Nigeria is witnessing a rise in agitations for a Biafra state. This comes after a series of attacks in the southeast by the Nigerian government. Perhaps Nigeria would not be facing the possibility of another civil war if the government had taken responsibility to its role in the first civil war and offered resources to the victims. This has, however, not been the case. Following the end of the conflict, then President of Nigeria Yakubu Gowon proclaimed "No victor, no vanquished," which seemed more like a half-hearted attempt to salve the wounds that had been inflicted by both warring sides.
Rising sun of Biafra is set forever. It will be a great disservice for anyone to continue to use the word Biafra to refer to any part of the East Central state of Nigeria. The tragic chapter of violence is just ended. We are at the dawn of national reconciliation. Once again, we have an opportunity to build a new nation.
Most Igbos, the group that were largely victimized by the Nigerian government, have grown up with the consequence of an entire generation's loss, and with it, a transmission of stories of how these losses were occasioned by word of mouth. The recent agitation for a Biafran state can be traced back to the rise in popularity of one man who has been pushing the agenda for over a decade. Many Nigerians in other parts of the country likely came to the know of Nnamdi Kanu after he was arrested and detained upon arrival in Nigeria in 2015. Before then, Kanu had been agitating for a succession of southeastern states from London, where he employed the use of social media and Radio Biafra to push the agenda. The group Kanu leads is known as the Indigenous People of Biafra, or IPOB, and in 2017, the Nigerian government declared it a terrorist organization. Kanu's arrest had led to several protests in the region, resulting in the extrajudicial killings of at least 150 peaceful pro-Biafra protesters in the southeast. In August 2017, a month before it declared IPOB a terrorist organization, the Nigerian government launched a military operation called Python Dance in an attempt to suppress the agitations in the region.
For regions that do not trust one another, because they don't know when it's going to be their turn to suffer this form of atrocities.
Like its response to the peaceful protests, the military operation led to the deaths of several pro-Biafra activists and an alleged assassination attempt against Kanu. Like in the past, the Nigerian government has refused to be accountable for the recent killings in the southeast. Rather, the government has tried to misrepresent the situation in southeast to justify its actions.
The Asaba massacre of October 7, 1967 happened just for one reason. The leader of the first coup on 15 January 1966 Asaba. Now, because Okpana until today is a small village, most Okpana people, if you ask them, where are you from, they will say. So a lot of people thought that Nzog was from Asaba. Time to kill, go and kill all the Asin. So they killed Like, as in, it was so bad that Asaba was not even counted in the 1973 census. That's how bad that massacre was.
The government's continuous use of force in the region further deepens the calls for secession. An example of this is the instance of state actors randomly picking up
help you find justice for the wickedness wey dem don commit for una community. You fit dey wonder, na who suppose chook mouth for inside dis early warning matter for your area? I go talk say no be only leaders for una area alone o, even other people dem for the area, even you sef suppose fit chook hand enter inside the early warning efforts. Everybody dem get their own part to play.
Wetin to do before any attack happen this.
Una suppose keep record of how things take be before kasala burst, when e dey happen and after e happen. Na wetin we dey call documentation be that. Una go keep wetin concern una area people, things wey be like records of everybody wey dey community, like man o, woman o, and pikin dem. Dis kind record suppose get person name, im age, wetin im dey do, im number, and even picture sef if e dey available.
Una go keep records of things wey dey your community, things wey people get. This one go get number and the kind house, businesses, public property like school, hospital, market, and the rest.
Una suppose dey take pictures of the community so that una go sabi if something don change in case kasala wan burst.
All these things wey una don gather, una go carry the copy of everything outside una community. So if kasala burst, the evidence go still dey kampe. E go also good if you keep am for computer. Make sure say you no forget to add join Torah when new things show or happen. Prepare safety plan.
Dis one go help una community avoid any attack wey fit happen or wetin fit happen if kasala don show.
Una plan suppose be like this one.
When wahala no dey, meet with security officials wey dey in charge of una community dem, like the DPO wey dey in charge of una community, or the head of civil defense, abi head of military command wey near you, to fit talk how una go dey communicate raw informate of wahala wey fit burst.
If you no trust the police wey dey for una area, try reach dem oga supervisor or agency like the National Human Rights Commission or Human Rights NGO wey near you to share the same informate. Make sure say you get telephone numbers of the people wey you go call, security agencies and NGOs, so that dem go fit help una when problem dey.
Make sure say una head of house or family get the emergency number for hand and make dem know who to call if dem hear any gbege of any attack wey wan come. E go better to tell family people make dem sabi how and when dem fit run or where dem go meet in case say dem scatter when kasala burst.
Make everybody get bag wey dem fit carry things wey dem need to survive. The bag no suppose heavy you. E suppose contain only wetin dey very important, like phone wey get credit, power bank, water for inside bottle, important medicine like paracetamol, dry food like garri and groundnut, wrapper or blanket, transistor radio. Wetin to do during attack?
When kasala don burst for una area, the first thing wey you suppose to do na to run hide yourself from where dem no fit catch you. If you fit carry some things wey you go need to survive as you dey run comot, e go better. When you don sure say you don hide well well, start to dey call the emergency numbers dem wey you get to report wetin dey happen for your community.
After the attack,
once the kasala don finish, you go need check people wey e affect and properties too, and how the kasala take shele like this.
Wetin the people wey cause the kasala be like? How you take see them? When and where this kasala happen? Where the attackers take enter from? And where them take comot? The kind gun or knife or weapon wey them use? The kind motor wey them use? Wetin you think say fit cause the kasala? How many people wey the kasala affect? Now who come help una stop the kasala?
Plenty area for Naija don dey exposed to strong kasala. Wetin spoil am be say It dey hard to help people because dem fit no even sabi wetin and who dem don lost and who dem suppose find. Most of dem sef no sabi as dem go take detect warning signs wey go tell dem say kasala wan burst for area.
The signs fit be when hate and danger talk dey grow. If plenty people wey una no sabi come dey show face for una area anyhow. If thief come plenty for the area wey dem dey steal cow or even dey burn farm. If they find way to drive people comot from dem domot. Kata like wahala dey rise from soldier, police or area boys. Or when oga police dem just waka comot for una area.
Shey una understand everything wey we dey explain?
If e never too tey when una community don fight, abi you dey feel say kasala wey serious fit burst, na that time we fit talk say your community dey exposed to violent atrocities.
Yeah. Wetin be atrocities sef?
Atrocities dey hard to explain, but we fit talk say na very wicked and violent acts wey sometimes dey carry fight and wound join body. Kidnapping and anyhow killing join become atrocities. The good news be say una fit find help.
Wetin plenty people no sabi be say kasala no dey just show boom like that. E dey carry plenty ten sion and bitterness waka before e fit happen. Na why e dey important to build confirm early warning sign for community make this kind kasala no just burst.
If you dey for area wey e be like say na every time kasala dey happen, no too fear. Wetin you go do na to sabi some kind things wey you fit do before the kasala. As the kasala dey hot and even when matter don finish, to make sure say e no happen again or to help cool the temper.
Yes, so e get some small things wey you fit do when you wan collect evidence wey fit help you find justice for the wickedness wey dem don commit for una community. You fit dey wonder, na who suppose chook mouth for inside this early warning matter for your area? I go talk say no be only leaders for una area alone o. Even other people dem for the area, even you sef suppose fit chook hand enter inside the early warning efforts. Everybody dem get their own part to play.
Wetin to do before any attack happen this.
Una suppose keep record of how things take be before kasala burst, when e dey happen and after e happen. Na wetin we dey call documentation be that. Una go keep wetin concern una area people, things wey be like records of everybody wey dey community, like man o, woman o, and pikin dem. This kind record suppose get person name, im age, wetin im dey do, im number, and even picture sef if e dey available.
Una go keep records of things wey dey your community, things wey people get. This one go get number and the kind house, businesses, public property like school, hospital, market, and the rest.
Una suppose dey take pictures of the community so that una go sabi if something don change in case kasala wan burst.
All these things wey una don gather, una go carry the copy of everything outside una community. So if kasala burst, the evidence go still dey kampe. E go also good if you keep am for computer. Make sure say you no forget to add join Torah when new things show or happen. Prepare safety plan.
This one go help una community avoid any attack wey fit happen or wetin fit happen if kasala don show.
Una plan suppose be like this one.
When wahala no dey, meet with security officials wey dey in charge of una community dem, like the DPO wey dey in charge of una community, or the head of civil defense, abi head of military command wey near you, to fit talk how una go dey communicate raw informate of wahala wey fit burst.
If you no trust the police wey dey for una area, try reach dem oga supervisor or agency like the National Human Rights Commission or Human Rights NGO wey near you to share the same informate. Make sure say you get telephone numbers of the people wey you go call. security agencies, and NGOs so that dem go fit help una when problem dey.
Make sure say una head of house or family get the emergency number for hand and make them know who to call if them hear any urukere of any attack wey wan come. E go better to tell family people make them sabi how and when them fit run or where them go meet in case say them scatter when kasala burst.
Make everybody get back wey dem fit carry things wey dem need to survive.
Hello,
Bag
from
no
tech.
suppose heavy o. E suppose contain only
Hello.
wetin dey.
Assalamu alaikum. Barkanmu da dawowa. Barkanmu da dawowa. Can we all please call our neighbors? Can we call our neighbors? An ɗan kintsa. So lokaci yayi kuma da zamu saurari sarewa haka mu ɗan kashe kwarkwatar idanunmu tare da ɗan wani gajeren wasan kwaikwayo na gargajiya daga Taroni Cultural Group wanda aka yi masa take da Gani Gawane. Taroni Cultural Group will be presenting a short drama titled Gani Gawane. Waya ishi wani tsoron Allah.
Hello. Yawa, kai. Abokina ya aka yi ne?
Kai lafiya lau wallahi abokina.
Ubangiji Allah ya saka wa matan nan da alkhairi.
Amin amin.
Wai ka san matan nan ba karamin kokari suke yi ba.
Dan girman Allah kai ma ka gane haka ke.
Ya kake wannan magana? Ka san mu samari a yanzu idan kaga yan iska kace zaka ga wa hukuma. Sai su zagayo baya su kakkafta masu har su ce ka zama informer.
To nawa aka yi irin wannan abun ma?
A to ka gani ko matan nan kaga garanti komai ya zama normal. To ya kake gani za a yi?
Wallahi tallahi abokina dai wannan abin da yake faruwa din nan kar mu bari. Ina gaya maka.
Allah.
A to zaka zauna ka jira ne?
Gaskiya fa.
Samun tallafin yadda za a taimaka wajen bangarorin da ba za a zaman lafiya zai zo?
Gaskiya ne.
Ko ba haka bane?
Haka ne wallahi tallahi. Ah. Ina zaki je ne haka?
Wallahi zan je can gidan anti Sahuwa da ake wannan din meeting din na wannan da za mu ci.
Okay, mutum yanzu ma maganan ma muke yi ma yanzu wallahi tallahi da ni da abokin nawa mana idi.
Tun shekan je nake gaya maka tafiyan nan fa ka gani za mu je yanzu ko kuma dai in wannan.
Ai ba abin da za mu ce miki sai dai in ce miki Allah ya miki albarka. Ai wannan tafiya naki da kuka dauko. Wannan tafiya da kuka dauko na tallafa muku dinnan a mata da wannan. Ai shine daidai.
To mai gida yanzu mu tafi mana.
To. Ya subhanallah. Mala idi. Mala idi. Mala mati. Wa alaikumus salamu.
Muna lafiya ko? Wani taron banza ake a gidana ba ni da dama in fita. Wai da na fita gidan sai a tara mata a kama wani tattaunawa munafunci. Da haɗa ni da makwabtana wallahi idan baki bi a hankali ba a nan a gaban duniya zan sake ki gaba.
Mai gida ya haƙuri dan Allah ka sassauta. Dan Allah zuciyarka yayi sani. To shi
Malam Mati. Wannan abun da iyalinka take yi. Mu inda son samu ne mu so akai a ce a gidajen mu ake yi.
A gidan wa?
A gidajen mu.
To ko ba gidanka ayi mana.
Wallahi.
Faɗa masa.
Tsaya.
Daban, ta rana daban, ta dare daban, wai ana mitin.
A'a ba gulma bane.
Gulma ce mana.
Inna lillahi. Kai, Malam Idi.
Ka san menene? Kullun gida na yadda ka san ana biki mata sama da 20 sama da 10.
Alhamdulillah, a haka muke so ai. haka muke so tsaya tsaya
Malam
mana
Jatau,
tsaya,
Alhaji
tsaya,
Jatau.
Alhaji Jatau kana
Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un.
gaskiya ne
Mai gida ba za ka fahimci me
to
nake nufi ba.
yanzu kana ji shi wannan harkar mitin nan da matarka take yi ta tara matan nan a gida mu da a gidajen mu ake aida mun ji daɗi
Na adashen gata ko na me?
ba na adashin gata ba ne yanzu rabanka da kaga an yi wa yaro kwace a layi za ka tuna ko ba za ka tuna ba
A to faɗa masa.
Kuma ba kamar unguwanmu fa kawo. Unguwanmu kawo yanzu baka isa ka ba yaro naira 1000 ba. Ya tafi shago ya je yawo maka sayayya ya dawo ka ji an ce an kwace wallahi an gama da wannan.
Yanzu mai gida.
An gama da wannan.
Mai gida.
Yaushe a kawo unguwanmu babu wanda zai fita na gaya maka ya ce wai an bi shi da adda an sare shi. An gama.
Yanzu.
Da mu ne yan bijilanti a unguwar ko ina bijilan ta fara.
Mai gida.
To.
Mai gida. Yanzu ka duba shekaran jiya wancan da na fita. Na je na yi sayayya a kasuwa. 'Yan canjin da na riko su haka cikin dare in gaya maka suka zo suka fitar min da adda suka kwace shekara 2 kenan da wannan abu idan baka manta ba.
Ka ji ma fa a ranar da ta fita din ina zuwa. A ranar da ta fita din fa cewa ne idan ta fita ta kofa ta fitar ta ba aurenta a gidan. Ka san ta ina ta fita da ta tashi? Sai ta fita ta windo wai ai ba ta fita ta kofa ba.
Ai daidai kenan. To kana ji?
To yanzu shekaran jiyan nan a cikin wanda suka yi min wannan abin zuwa ya zo ya durkusa a ƙasa ya ce min dan Allah hajiya ki yi haƙuri ki yafe min.
To
ai yanzu global rights din nan ai sun shirya mu tsaf mun daina wannan harkokin.
Alhamdulillah to kaji ita da kanta kaga dalilin mitin din da take faɗa kaji ta ce global right.
Wai ita wace kafira ce wannan ita global right din.
A'a kwantar da hankalinka ba kafira ba ce. Shi global right din nan da ka gani dama ce na mata wanda ake ba su security da zaman lafiya a kansu.
Kwarai kuwa.
Kaga da fyaɗe yana yin yawa. To yanzu ba an rage ba?
A faɗan amma dai na aiki.
Alhamdulillah kaga.
Mu dai a unguwar mu kawo babu.
To alhamdulillah kaga ga vigilante ga drugs ga 'yan sanda kai bara in ce ma complete JTF. To su kansu matan su ma sun zama JTF ɗin unguwa.
Wai matan su ma sun zama 'yan ƙungiyar.
Ina gaya ma kuma. To ai shi yasa kaga kullun take tara matan nan take cewa ga abin da ya kamata ya ga abin da ya kamata a yi. Sai ta janyo hankalin wancan janyo. To ka gani mu yanzu maza kai yanzu a kawo wannan idan kaga dan shaye-shaye ka je ka ce wa dan sanda ga su can gobe me zai faru?
Ai babu su ma yanzu. Dan an daina sayarwa.
A da nake nufi idan ka gani me zai faru?
A da fa yadda ka san taron idi haka ake taruwa a zauna ana sha.
Kuma idan ka kira 'yan sanda kai da kanka civilian idan me za su ce mu?
Su ce ma za su yi ma kai wa zai je wurin na aje a sassare shi.
To ka gani? Yanzu fa.
A haba yanzu ba na gaya maka sai ka kwana a tabarma a kofar gida ba abin da zai faru.
Alhamdulillah to. Karfin mata kenan ka san ko shaye-shaye kake idan iyayenka suka hana ka idan Allah ya haɗa ka da soyayya da mace budurwa idan tana mugo son ka ta hana ka.
Kwarai gaskiya ne. Shi yasa mata da kake gani su ne ƙashin bayan al'umma.
Confirm.
In ma ka lalace wallahi mata sai sun shawo kanka. Duk wani harkar miyagun ƙwayoyi da kake gani ba ka shan gyara ba an gyara ki fa yau. Ke Allah ya mashi albarka.
Yawa to. To kana ji?
Wannan abin da kuke faɗe ya ke
hankali na ya kwanta.
To amma dakata kana ji?
Ya kunnan ki ke daga yau kina ji ko? Da ke nake ba kina ji ko? Karin ƙara jin an ce baki je wannan mitin din ba.
Alhamdulillah.
Na gaya miki.
To yanzu kun san me? Kai yanzu ka taho da ita ka tuso da ita ka zo akan gaba. Ka san akan gaban da ka zo? Mu yanzu muna nan ne muna magana. Ɗaya bana. Nan muna nan ne muna tunanin za mu tafi Bristol Palace kuta da marhaba din nan. Ana gagarumin wannan taron na matan arewa gaba ɗaya. To shi ne muke so za mu je mu yi celebration a wajen. Initiative.
Sannan ga global right.
To yanzu.
Tare za mu ranka ya har sai na je na ga kwakwalwar daka.
To alhamdulillah. Ni na ji daɗin wannan abun. Ku dakata tunda za mu ranka ya.
Jonta yan dilla kawai.
Ɗaya ba ya dilla a nan. Tunda ku ranka ya za mu ranka ya ku zo mu je kun san shi rayuwa idan za ka je waje neman abinci sai ka nemi albarka na manya.
Na manya gaskiya.
Saboda haka ku zo mu je wajen mai unguwanmu.
Kwarai.
Mu je mu durƙusa mu gaya mai ga fa inda za mu je.
Je wajen mai garin kawo shi ne uba.
Al'awa kai uban mu ba.
Shi ne uban.
Yawa shi za mu je wajen sa mu je mu ga.
To mu je mu je.
Ku zo mu je.
Yaya ma sunan gurin da za mu je?
Bristol Palace kusa da Marhaba. Yawa ku zo mu je mu nemi albarka. Yawa ku zo mu kwashi tabarraki. Allah ya taimake ka. Allah ya taimake ka. Ga 'ya'yanka nan mun zo muna so za mu je mu taya su celebration a can Bristol Palace. Za a raƙarƙashe. To Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Allah ya sanya albarka.
Allah ƙara lafiya ranka.
To ai shi kenan.
Allah ya sa a gama lafiya ranka.
Yanzu tun da oga ya ce a je ai daga nan za a fara nan. Kamar kai. Wayo.
Mic check.
Come on, appreciate them. Come on, appreciate them. Come on, appreciate them as they are dancing. Aha! Yawwa! Wala tagilama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for the... Please, let's applaud the cultural dance troupe. Subsidy has been removed from the clap. Please clap for the cultural dance troupe. Thank you very much. I think that was a very good interlude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's settle down now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back from that very good cultural interlude. We have 2 key sessions to do today, and we will close. And these sessions, we left it to this time because of the importance of these sessions, of these 2 sessions. First, can we settle down, please? Thank you. First, the fact that effective community collaboration with law enforcement is crucial for building trust, addressing the root causes of insecurity in the community level, and ensuring sustainable peace and stability cannot be emphasized. In other words, promoting effective collaboration between the community and the law enforcement is the basis for building trust between the community people themselves and the law enforcement. And so at this time, we are going to be looking at enhancing peace and security in Kano State through community collaboration. And today, we are glad to have that the State Command of Nigeria Police Force accepted to lead on this conversation. I know some of us may have questions after his presentation. Just note your question. When he finishes, we give room for questions and then, of course, interaction with the command. And so, the Commissioner of Police, Samanu Dogo, thank you. Please pardon my pronunciation of the name. He's here represented by the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Masoud Yushao. Please let's applaud him as he comes forward to take on the next session. I said there is no more subsidy in the claps. Please clap really.
and the support of our community members. Everybody is supposed to contribute in ensuring that security reigns in all our communities throughout the state and the country in general. Community collaboration, a key to success. Effective community collaboration is essential in preventing and addressing security challenges. And by working together, we can achieve so many things, among whom is sharing of intelligence. By sharing of intelligence, we mean community members can provide valuable intelligence to the security, not only police. Police is the only lead agency, but there are some other agencies or other sister agencies who participated in ensuring the peace reign throughout the state. So the important thing for the entire community is to give us that intelligence, to share intelligence with us so that at least we can provide valuable, the communities can share that security, or members of community can provide valuable information to help us prevent and investigate crimes. Number two, that collaboration will bring or will build trust. By building trust, we mean regular interaction and open communication can foster trust and confidence between the police, other security agencies, and the community. Number three, that collaboration will surely develop our solutions. Together, we can identify and address the root cause of security challenges and develop effective solutions to that problem. That's the essence of collaborating with us. We can also develop solutions. Oh, this one I can say, I am just repeating something. Together we can identify and address the root cause of security challenges and develop effective solutions to that crime or that problem. Our commitment to enhance peace and security. As the Kano State Police Command, we are committed to provide adequate security. We will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that our communities are safe and secured. We are equally engaging with the community, at least to ensure that we maintain open lines of communication to engage regularly with our community members, understand their concerns and needs. That is something we collaborate, all of us collaborate with us. Engaging with the community, we will maintain open lines of communications and engage regularly with our community's members to understand their concerns and needs. We are also collaborating with the stakeholders. In this essence, or in this sense, we work together, we work closely with all other community stakeholders, including traditional rulers, community organizations, and government agencies to address security challenges throughout the communities. Call to action. At this point, I urge all community members to join hands with us in enhancing peace and security in Kano State. And we should work together to report suspicious activities. If you see something, say something. Report any suspicious activities to the police and all other relevant security agencies to ensure peace reign in our particular community. Participate in community policing. I am urging you people to always join hand with us in policing the activities of the entire community and help us build a safer and more secured community. And I equally urge you people to support the police. Let us work together. We should all work together so that we can build trust and confidence between the police and the community. At this point, I'm saying thank you for giving your attention, and I look forward to work with you so as to enhance peace and security in Kano State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mun jijji dukkanin bayanai musamman daga key stakeholders. Jawabi kai tsaye daga wakilin kwamishinan rundunar 'yan sandan jihar Kano kenan. Ba mu sani ba ko akwai wanda yake da tambaya ko ƙarin haske ko wani abu makamancin haka. Ga su da kansu ba saƙo ba, ya kamata a tattauna da su. If there is anything that is behind the shadow for you, the stakeholders are here. Okay, I have 3 hands from this side, all males. I have 1 female. Any more hands? 4 people. So, yoga. Where's the other mic, please? I think today yana tsaye, kai tsaye sai a yi mishi tambayar sai ya bada ansa.
Please permit me to speak in my local language because I want the message to go down. Assalamu alaikum, mai girma wakilin kwamishinan 'yan sanda na jihar Kano. Madalla da wannan bayani da kai, amma yana da abu guda ɗaya ko biyu da nake so in tambaya. Na farko shine sau da yawa kamar yadda ka ce a rinka ba da intelligence report. So da yawa al'umma suna jin tsoro kai wa 'yan sanda bayani. Ba don komai ba saboda at the end of the day kai da ka kawo rahoto za ka zama kai ne victim. Wataƙila idan ka zo ka faɗa daga ba za a zo a ce ai wane makwabcinka shi zo ce kai kaza. So wani abu 'yan sanda suke yadda za su ba wa al'umma wannan ƙarfin gwiwa yadda koyaushe suke da wata matsala za su iya zuwa su faɗa kuma a rufa musu asiri. Sannan abu na biyu, na san lokacin da tsohon kwamishinan 'yan sanda yake nan a Gumel, a CP Gumel, Usaini Gumel ko? Ya yi ƙoƙari akwai wani community dialogue da aka rinka yi. Wannan abin ya yi enhancing peace a Kano. So me yasa ba za a yi revisiting irin wannan yanayi ba? Tunda yanzu gashi kamar yadda ɗazu da safe waya yake gaya mana harkar daba ta sake resurfacing a Kano. So wani yunkuri 'yan sanda za su yi wanda za a haɗa ƙarfi da al'umma ya zama na an samu sauƙi ga irin wannan al'amura da suke taso mana a jiharmu. Na gode.
To alhamdulillah nake ganin ya kamata mu ringa ansa a bada jawabi ko ɗaya bayan ɗaya saboda kar abin ya zo ya haɗu da wani. So kamar da kake bayani da farko, ai kusan za a ce wannan a revealing wai wanda ya kama na information ko a sanar da cewa ko an bayyana sunan wanda ya kawo mana wani labari na kan wani abu da yake faruwa, ai nake ganin wannan lokacin ya wuce. Domin a yanzu mun riga mun yi kyakkyawan shiri wanda yake idan kana da wani abu da za ka gaya mana domin a sami kwanciyar hankali ko kuma ka ba mu information wanda za a je a kama wani wanda zai tada wani hankali ko kuma wani hargitsi ko kuma wani laifi a area ka, ai idan ka zo ba wai sai kayi kuwa magana ba, kawai ka je ofis ɗin DPO naka, kowane yanki akwai DPO. Kowane yanki akwai DPO, to kuma mun tabbatar da cewa idan har ka je ka ba da bayaninka ga wajen DPO cewa fa DPO fa ga abin da yake faruwa a yannan yanki, to na tabbatar da wannan, na tabbatar ma da wannan ba abin da zai sa sunanka ya fita cewa wai an faɗa cewa kai ka kawo wannan labari. Domin dai na tabbata DPO ba zai ce ai wani ne ya zo ya faɗa min ba, illa iyaka DPO ya kira yaransa mukarrabansa ya ce to gafa labari da na samu don haka a jego kaza a yi abin da ya dace. So wannan ina tabbatar da cewa wannan babu shi. Duk wanda yake da wani bayani kwakwara da zai faɗa mana wanda zai taimaka mana ya taimaka kuma al'umma to ya samu lokaci ya je ya samu DPO directly ya je ya faɗa masa. Sannan kuma idan ba ma za ka zo ka samu DPO ba kai mar wannan bayani, to sai ka zo ka samu mai unguwarka ko dagacinka kai da shi. Domin mu ai ba mu da hijabi da wannan iyayen ƙasa namu. Idan har kai mar bayani na tabbata shi zai taso kafa da kafa ya zo ya ma DPO bayani, ko kuma in ma ofisin commissioner of police ne ma zai je mar bayani. So wannan ɗayan biyu in Allah da idan har ka haka, tun da mai unguwa ba zai zo ya ce mana ai wani ne ya faɗa mana ba, shi dai ai talakansa ne ya faɗi ko kuma wani ward nasa shi ne ya faɗa masa wani labari. Kuma mu duk abin da muka ji daga wajen iyayen ƙasar nan ai muna ɗaukarsa da muhimmanci, muna kuma ɗaukar duk matakin da ya dace a kai. So in Allah da idan har ka haka aka ɗauki wannan matakin ɗayan biyun nan insha Allah za a ci nasara. Ina tabbatar da cewa sunanka ba zai bayyana ba in Allah ya yarda. Yawa. So sai the second aspect na maganar haɗin kai ai shine ma dalilin wannan collaboration din ai. Wannan haɗin kan da aka yi tun wancan sifi ya ji gumal kenan yanzu ai duk yana ƙarfafa gwiwar jama'ar unguwa ko kuma gari su haɗu idan ma na abu yana damun su yana damun unguwarsu ko yankinsu su haɗu a tattauna. A kira jami'an tsaron nan ko jami'an sandan nan duk ko ina ne za a zo a zauna a tattauna duk abin da ake ganin cewa yana damun wannan yanki za a haɗu gaba ɗaya haɗa hannu da su masu unguwanni da digatai da dukkanin wani mai ruwa da tsaki domin a ga cewa an kawo ƙarshen wannan matsala. Idan za ku iya tunawa kwana 2, 3, 4, 5 ɗinnan da suke muna ta fama da sare-sare na 'yan daba rigimu na 'yan daba a cikin garin nan. So idan da jiya za ku ko kun sauri labarai ina tabbatar muku da cewa an haɗu da su iyayen ƙasa da duk wani mai hannu da ruwa da tsaki akan wannan lamari na zaman lafiya din nan. Jiya da kuma 'yan sanda da sauran mukarabansa gaba ɗaya an haɗa an zauna an tattauna, kuma ina tabbatar muku da cewa insha Allahu an samu bakin zaren za a ɗauki matakin da ya dace wanda in Allah ya yarda insha Allah za a samu saukin lamarin. Wannan kenan.
Hello, salamu alaikum. Tambaya ta ita ce ranka daɗe mai wakilin mai girma kwamishinan 'yan sanda CP Salman Dogo. Despite the fact cewa office ɗin commissioner of police have been in support akan harkan GBV ɗinmu wanda ita OC gender Lovett suna ba mu gudunmawa da su Malam Ali. Amma most of the cases da muke samu da shi shine when a perpetrator aka kai shi wajensu sai ka ga statement ɗin da za a ɗauka a bakin survivor ko victim ba shi yake cikin file case ɗin da aka profiling ba, sai ka ji a ce abin da 'yan sanda suka rubuto suka kai kenan. So we are looking into that as a corruption within the system. How do you go about that? Ya za a canza shi? And secondly, akwai issue na bail is free and women are allowed to go for bail. So in most cases, women are not be given chance to bail. Why? Thank you so much.
To, assalamu alaikum. To, bari in fara tambayar ki ta ƙarshe. Ni dai na tabbatar da cewa women duka an tabbatar mana cewa mata za su iya tsayawa beli idan ma wani abu ya faru za su tsaya wa mutum a ba da shi, in kuma lokaci ya yi su da shi, an shari'a za a ci gaba da shari'a. Idan kuma tattaunawa ne za a yi domin a samu matsala ana duk muna yin wannan. Na tabbatar duk police station da kika je sai dai mai yiwuwa ko kin daɗe baki je wani police station ɗin ba domin irin wannan abin, ko kuma baki taɓa zuwa ki ce a baki ba To idan da kin je kin ci a bakin ko kuma wani abu ya kawo cewa za ki je ki tsaya wani, to da kin je za ki tabbatar da wannan. Domin ina tabbatar muke da cewa ko a jiya a ofis na mun danka mace. Mun ce kuma mun tabbatar saboda shi kin san ka'idojin beli da yake sai an je an gidan mutum an je an ga inda yake sana'a ko kuma sauransu da saboda kar a ba mutum kuma bai dawo da shi ba. To duka idan suka zo in mace ce ta zo wallahi ana bata. Ana zuwa kuma duk ka'idojin da aka bi yadda za a yi wa namiji a je a duba ka'idojin na haka ake wa mace. So da haka shi duk muna yi wannan. Sannan da second part of it wanne ne kika na ba rubuta shi ba. Okay, idan aka kai mutum court ko idan aka kai police station akan kara irin wannan. To idan da ba a rubuta abin da mutum ya ce ai ba za mu samu conviction ba. Duk wanda muka kai dai kesin da muka kai kotu cikin ikon Allah idan dai da kwararen shaidu ai muna samu ana yanke hukunci. So idan dai aka yi ba da za a yi dan sanda mu ma fa mutane ne mu iyaye ne. Mu ma muna da 'ya'yan nan. So ai mutum wai a ce wai an gama wai an yi wa yarinya fyaɗe ko kuma an ci zarafin mace wai kuma ka ce ka rubuta wani abu daban wanda ba yake shi kenan ba ai ba zai ma taɓa tuna ai wannan ma ba zai taɓa zuwa mutum ba. Mu ma iyaye ne muna da 'ya'yan nan muna da ƙanne muna da yayu mata ko ma yadda kike jin kina da shi mu ma haka duk muna da shi. So ba na jin za a iya samun wannan wai a cikinmu. To ban ce saboda ɗan adam tare yake bai cika goma ba. Amma da ni dai ina tabbatar miki da wannan babu yadda za a ce police station wai an zo an faɗi abu kuma wai mutum ya rubuta wani abu da ba daidai ba. Wallahi wannan ba zai taɓa yiwuwa ba sai dai ya kasance ba a samu kwakwarar shaida ba. Mostly duk cases namu idan muka je in Allah ya taimaka muka samu kwakwarin shaidu da mu da lauyoyi muna haɗuwa duk abin da ya kamata a yi don mu samu conviction duk muna yi. So ina tabbatar miki da cewa wannan babu shi. Kuma ba ma yi kuma har idan ma aka samu wani abu irin makamancin wannan aka zo aka tabbatar mana cewa an samu din kuma za mu bincika kuma za ki ga matakin da za a ɗauka a kai a hukumance don ba za mu bar duk wanda ya wannan ba babu shi wannan kenan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Tambaya ta ko kuma dan concern ina shine so da yawa za ka ga cewa ana buƙatar matasa da al'umma wannan mai wakilin kwamishina zai yi akan wannan domin yana daga cikin abin da yake dan tsoratar da mutane wajen gudanarwa wajen participating akan a wajen community policy da fatan ka an fuskanci mai nake so in ce za ga cewar an yi reporting mutum kuma ya tabbata gashi convicted an ganshi ra'al'aini yana yi an kuma kai shi sannan har sai dawo ya dinga proudin cewa to amma an kai shi dawowa zai yi kaga ya zama threat kuma ga al'ummar ga wanda kuma suka yi abin nan me hukumar 'yan sanda za ta dinga yi game da wannan.
To na fuskanta to nake jin idan da kana cikin wajen nan ɗazu akwai yallaɓe da ya bayani akan wannan magana ai mu kanmu mu da muke ake kamowa a kama ko mu je mu kamo ai ba za mu so mu ga cewa mun cire mutum daga cikin al'umma tunda yana haddasa rigima ko mu sake ganin sa ko mu ji daɗin dawowarsa cikin al'umma ba tare da ya ja fuskanci hukuncin nan ba ai mu ma abin yana damun mu sau da yawa za mu kama mu kai to amma ba laifin mu bane ka san cases din nan yawanci bailable offense ne ana iya bada beli to ba da zaka iya idan ka kama ka kai idan Allah ya sake yin wani laifin ne za mu sake kama mu sake komar da shi kotu domin mu dai namu mu kama mu kai gaban kotu mun samu mutum laifin mu kai shi gaban kotu to wannan kuma idan muka kai kotu ai kuma namu daga nan kusan namu ya kare abubuwan da za mu iya yi da kanmu ya kare sai kuma abin da kotu sai abin da alkali ya ga zai iya yankewa a kai so don haka kamar yadda shi yallaɓe bayani ɗazu ai mu ma na ji daɗin wannan bayani da ya yi cewa yanzu haka state government tana ƙoƙari tana so ta ga cewa duk waɗanda ake samu da irin wannan laifuffukan kuma a kama su dandana a ga sun dawo to ana buƙatar duk za a je a yi wata doka a kai zaman duk wanda ma ya zo ya ce zai karɓe su a kotun a yi exposing sunansa probably wannan zai kawo wannan abin a sami abin nan nasa a samu ya an daina yinsa. So idan har aka samu hakan to muna ɗaya daga cikin mun ma fi ku jin daɗin wannan. Domin ai idan ka kai mutum ka kai kotu gobe jibi ka gan shi ya dawo to kaga ai kamar sai aga kamar ba ka yin komai akai. Da mu da sauran jami'an tsaro da 'yan bijilanti da kowa ai dole kowa wannan abin ya bashi abin takeici. To amma dai muna fata insha Allah kamar yadda shi mai jawabi yayi cewa za a kai ko da ma irin masu yankan nan ko masu yan daba ko yan duk idan aka kai su da irin wannan laifukan ana buƙatar za a yi wata doka wanda za a ɗauke su kamar 'yan fashi wanda idan an kai su ba magana beli tunda kaga duk shi ma ya zama dai kamar babban laifi irin capital offenses nan wanda yake idan an kai mutum ba za a taɓa ba da shi beli ba kuma idan an yi convicting nasu wani lokacin ma a ce babu wani tara ko wani abu to muna buƙatar wannan ma muna ɗaya daga cikin masu farin ciki irin wannan alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I have two questions, sir.
Okay.
My first question goes to how the police public relation officer in Kano State usually during the parade of suspect, he usually asks them questions about the process of how they commit that crime, which is also a detriment that teach others how to commit crime. What is the police doing to curtail such? Because we have a lot of reports which the police have debunked, says no, this is the right process. But me as a journalist, I know when you ask somebody the process of his crime, you are actually informing others or you are teaching others the process of the crime. That's number one. Number two, here in Yakasai and other part of Kano State, recently there is a resurgence of Togri where people feel not comfortable to even call the attention of the police because sometimes those people who knocked at the door of your house and then they request you to bring out your mobile phone in your house whereby there are police in their nearby communities. What is the police doing in trying to curtail such resurgence of Togri in Kano State? Thank you.
Okay, let me start with our last question. You know, that's the essence of this collaboration. Collaboration with the communities. If you could remember, I have already informed you that yesterday, this Yakase and Copper Matter issue have been discussed and effective solutions are on the way. They have already discussed these issues yesterday with the Commissioner of Police. And everything possible will be done to see that this issue is brought to an end. So that's what we are doing now. And we'll continue to do it with the help of the community, with the help of everybody, or with the help of stakeholders in the area. Definitely, we will bring the end of this menace. And you know, the problem now is if the communities can assist us, if the community will assist us, wallahi, everything will come to an end. Because these boys are right inside the community. They are with them, they sleep there, they eat there, they do everything. And they are known by the communities. So these boys are not, they are doing everything in often. So why can't the communities collaborate with us so that at least we can at least bring out these people so that we can deal with them according to the law. By so doing this, at least everybody will be in peace, will stay without any problem. So we are urging all the communities at least to see what we are doing so that we can join hands with them to bring this menace to an end. And concerning the second question, you are a journalist. You are working hand in hand with the PPRO. And probably PPRO himself know you one-on-one. You have been discussing together. If you have this type of, I'm not working in the PPRO office. If you observe anything wrong, why can't you bring it to his knowledge? At least so that you can discuss. Being a journalist with PPRO, I think you are always working together. But all these things now, and I would definitely discuss with the PRO to guide him so that at least all what you are saying, all your observations will be put in use. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Sunana Sani Kasim Mudil, kuma jagoran 'yan agajin shari'a a ƙungiyar Isa Wali Empowerment Initiative. Ba wai muna ƙalubalantar aikin 'yan sanda ba ne, amma dai wannan abin da ake yi yanzu da makamantan irin waɗannan ana yi ne domin a kawo ƙarshen wasu al'amura da ake ganin suna ciwo al'umma ƙwarya a tuwo a ƙwaryarsu. Wannan magana da ake yi ta yanzu ta kawo gabar da zan yi bayani cewa shekaran jiya a cikin ma'aikatan da muke aiki da su, a ɗaya daga cikin ƙananan hukumomin da muke aiki da su, yake mun magana cewa ga wani da ake zargi ya yi wa yarinya 'yan shekara 10 fyaɗe, ana zarginsa. Amma a garin je ka dawo da ake yi da ƙananan 'yan sanda, har ya samu dama ya ma bar garin, ya ma bar jihar. A lokacin da yake gaya mun wannan, jiya kenan nake ce masa, shekaran jiya nake ce masa, a'a, ka je ka nemi DPO kai da shi ku yi magana. To, a damammaki ko kuma faɗi tashi nasa ya je ya ga DPO. DPO yake cewa bai san da wannan ba. Ana ƙoƙarin a nemo yadda za a yi domin a nemo wancan mai laifin. Abin da nake son magana a nan shine irin waɗannan ƙananan 'yan sanda ko kuma na ƙasan su manyan 'yan sanda da suke yin irin wannan mu zargi sai ya zo a kanmu cewa watakila suna sane da abin da ke faruwa tsakanin shi wancan mai laifin da an gaya musu ya zo gabansu ka har sau biyu ba tare da sun tare shi ba, ba tare da an yi wani abu ba, kuma har ya samu dama ya bar garin. Irin wannan idan an samu 'yan sanda da irin wannan, yaya abin yake a wajen manya irinku? Salamu alaikum. Yadda za a samu gyaran wannan.
Wa alaikum salam. To, ni dai a sani na yi DPO shekara da shekaru. Irin wannan abubuwan idan dai har ya faru, ni na tabbata ko ɗan sanda ko mai kankantarsa, wallahi baya ɗaukarsa da wasa. Idan dai har aka ce fyaɗe ne, ko har aka ce wani abu dai makamancin wannan, ba a ɗaukarsa da wasa. Sai dai kawai idan ba a kawo mana rahoto akan lokaci ba. Kamar yadda kake bayani DPO ma ka ce ya ce an ce bai sani ba. To ba da za a irin wannan maganar a ce wai ta kai police station. Kai komai kankantar mutum wallahi baya wasa da ita. Maganar fyaɗe da sauran irin makamantan wannan laifuffuka. Ni ba na jin, ban taɓa tsammana ana wasa da irin wannan abubuwan ba. To amma ban sani ba. So da haka irin wannan abubuwan idan har ya faru a ɗauke shi da mahimmanci, da zarar abu ya faru a garzo police station a zo a faɗa DPO cewa fa gafa abin da ya faru. To na tabbata har ga Allah, na tabbata tsakanina da Allah ba za a ɗauki wani wasa akan wannan lamari ba. Kamar yadda nace maka mu ma fa iyaye ne. Mu ma mun san ciwon irin wannan abin. Muna da 'ya'yan nan. To ni har misali an yi wa 'yata ni sai shikenan ni ba zan ji ciwo ba kenan. To sai an yi wa ɗayar wani kuma sai in ɗauki wani abu wanda yake ba yake shikenan ba kai. To ina tabbatar da wannan har ga Allah in irin cases ne irin wannan wallahi ba a sai dai idan ba a kawo report ba. Amma idan haka kawo report mun tabbatar ma da wannan dole za a ɗau matakin da ya dace. Dole za a ɗau matakin da ya dace wanda za a ga cewa an hukunta duk wanda ya wannan abu. Wannan kenan.
To ina ga za mu dakatar da karɓar tambayoyin haka ya haƙuri. Akwai ba wai mun katse tambayoyin ba ne za mu ɗora insha Allahu. Ranka ya daɗe muna godiya.
To alhamdulillah.
Ya kamata
Allah saka da alkhairi.
Zauna. A tafa sai ya 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 zauna. To madalla. Wakilin kwamishina ya sha tambayoyi kuma na tabbata tambayoyin ba wai tambayoyi ne masu kamala da gayya ba, abubuwa ne wanda suke ciwo mutane tuwa ƙwarya kai tsaye. Kuma yanzu zan gabatar da wakilin kwamishiniyar mata da yara da kuma masu bukata ta musamman, permanent secretary a ma'aikatar, Alhaji Muttaka ya kasai ya gabatar da jawabinsa na gaba. I am very, very delighted that this part of this session is quite engaging. Please keep your questions coming. Za mu dawo insha Allah. Ranka ya daɗe, bismillah.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Kafin je kai tsaye ga gabatar da sako na ita kwamishina, ni ma na so ne tsokaci akan abin da mai girma wakilin kwamishina na 'yan sanda ya yi jawabi a kai, amma na kira ne. Akasari mai girma makaddashin kwamishina ko mai wakiltar kwamishina kukan ba da nambobi cewa ko da wani abu zai taso ga wa'annan nambobin da easily za a iya contacting ɗinku. To amma akasari yawancin nambobin nan za ka ga mutane suna ta ƙorafi sai a yi ta kira ba sa shiga, kuma za ga wani abun na gaggawa ne, kafin ka ce ka ɗau ƙafa ka je inda za ka yi maki reporting nan abin da ake gudu ya riga ya faru. So ni ina ganin kiran da nake yi akwai buƙatar a inganta wannan farni wanda aƙalla ƙasara, tunda za ga kun zubo da nambobi sun kai 10, amma a guda 10 nan sai kai ta kiransu ɗaya bayan ɗaya, amma wallahi za ga cewa abin ya ci tira. So ina kira ya kamata a inganta wannan abu, kamar yadda wanda ya korafi na farko yake maganar wani tsaro ake bayarwa game da cewa ba za a exposing ɗin wani abu ko dangantaka da ta shafi wanda ya je kai korafi ba. Watakil sadarwa ta wannan hanyoyin sadarwa zai rage wancan tsoron. Za ga cewa ta waya za ka kirawo ka gabatar da korafinka, so wannan zai dan saka maka wani relief cewa ko da ka je kai ba za ka kasance mai laifi ba. So akwai bukata inganta wannan abu. Na gode. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Commissioner of Police, Kano Command, represented by Assistant Commissioner Masoud Yusheu, Commandant, NSDC, represented by Chief Superintendent Nasiruddin Abdul Aziz, Head of Natib Kano, Village Head, Kawu Alaji Kabir Garba, Vigilante Group, sponsors of the initiative, most especially Isa Wali Foundation, Global Right, and others, invited guests, participants, gentlemen of the press, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Honorable Commissioner, Kano State Women Affairs, I read her address as follows. I'm honored to stand before you today to discuss a critical issue that affects us all, titled Social Inclusion Process to Enhance Opportunities for Persons with Special Needs and Other Minority Groups in Kano State. As the Honorable Commissioner of the Ministry of Women, Children, and Persons with Disability, I am committed to ensuring that our state becomes a beacon of inclusivity where every individual has access to equal opportunity and resources. Let me begin with the challenges faced by people with special needs and minority groups. Unfortunately, people with special needs and minority groups in Kano State continue to face significant challenges, including social inclusion, stigma, and relatively limited access to education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and other essential social services. Social inclusive processes. To address those challenges, we must rethink our social inclusion process and adopt a more inclusive and participatory approach. This includes involving people with disability and minority groups in decision-making process. We must ensure that people with special needs and minority groups are involved in decision-making process that affects their lives. Providing accessible infrastructure and services, we must ensure that our infrastructure and services are accessible and inclusive for all. Promoting inclusive education and economic empowerment, we must promote inclusive education and economic empowerment opportunities for people with special needs and minority groups. I'm glad to inform you that the ministry has created a budget line inclusively for persons with disability in the 2024 approved budget estimate. And hopefully we are expecting more funding that will be dedicated to the various needs of persons with disabilities. In Kano State, far and wide, in fact, today, 12th of December 2024, is being set aside for public hearing on the 2025 proposed budget, and persons with disabilities are also invited as part of our effort to promote social inclusive in all human endeavors. Way forward to achieve our vision of a more inclusive Kano State. We will facilitate the enforcement of the Kano State Persons with Disability Law by ensuring that a commission is established in order to promote and protect the right of people with special needs as the law stipulated. Develop inclusive policies and programs. We will develop inclusive policies and programs that address the needs of people with disability and minority groups. Collaborate with stakeholders. We will collaborate with stakeholders including civil society organizations, community leaders, and the private sectors to promote social inclusion and support the empowerment of people with disability and minority groups. In conclusion, social inclusion process is crucial to enhancing opportunity for people with disability and minority groups in Kano State. I call on all stakeholders to join us in this effort to create a more inclusive and adequately society for all. Thank you and God bless. Maybe to that, I would love to invite my director planning in case there is any questions or observations. He will going to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Bismillah. Yeah, Bismillah. Thank you very much. I remain Tijani Halid Baraya from Kawo Community Development Association. And I want to really appreciate my man, a seasoned public servant, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs, Child and Disabled, Alhaji Mutakaya Kasai. Sir, my question is that in 2018, the state government domesticated the disabled law. And this law has been passed, signed, it has not been implemented, or rather institutionalized for operation. Then in 2022, it was revised. After the revision, it was signed into law. But up to this moment, that law is not being institutionalized in Kano. And the problem of not institutionalizing this law is what is really affecting the disabled people in the state. One, we are talking of violence, we are talking of abuse. Now, most of these disabled, they are learned. Most of them, they have gone to up to master's level, but they are not employed because they are disabled. And I believe if this law is being implemented, the commission is created, because according to the law, you will have the commission chair, then representative from the 4 Emirate Council. So I think that is my question. I want this to be answered, why this has not been signed and institutionalized. Then the second one is to the community. I'm happy the community leader from Kao is here. One of the issue also, why this town hall meeting is very, very critical at this moment, is that pupils with disability, they are always being marginalized in the community. Daga mutum ya zo ce Allah rabu da shi gurgu ne. Kuma ya za ka kira ko taro za a kirawo, ba za a kirawo su ba. Why? Because they are disabled and they are human beings. So for community, ya kamata mu canja narrative. We should think cewa su ma al'umma ne kamar mu, yanda muke da right na makaranta, right na a zauna a taura, su ma they have that right. And shi yasa ma tambaya ta farko, saboda wancan law din idan aka yi shi zai taimaka a rage wannan abubuwa din. Nagode.
Ina jin zan fi daukar ɗaya da ɗaya don saboda ina da very poor memory. Kun san mutumin da ya fara tsufa. So I am afuwa. Let me quickly say this. Actually, with permission ɗinku da Allah zan yi magana da Hausa. Da farko Malam Baraya, you are partly right in saying yes, akwai existence in persons, Kano State Persons with Disability Law. But I will equally disagree in kace it has not been institutionalized. Tunda ta riga ta zama law. Yanzu issue ɗin da zamu duba shine magana a enforcement and implementation. Lillahi wa rasuli na sani across the government sector, particularly the public sector, akwai lokacin da aka yi circular aka ce duk MDAs ta ɗauki certain percentage na persons with disability. We can bear testimony to that. A ministry ɗinmu muna da masu lalura ta ji wanda civil servant ɗin Kano ne. So it's part of the effort the state government take yi. It's a gradual process. It's not easy. There are challenges, but then I'm far from somewhere. Ministry ɗinmu certainly muna da su. Ina jin sun fi 10 persons with disability. Part of promoting the inclusion of persons with disability. And kamar yadda ka sani Malam Baraya, state government tana making effort through various projects kamar Agile ɗinmu, Adolescents Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment, don kwanan nan mun rubuta proposals yadda za mu yi engaging din wato irin su nomadic, irin su persons with disability, wanda assessment din ma an fara some times ago, cewa akwai bukata ne su ma su samu access to educational opportunities. Kamar yadda nake gaya ma, is not a perfect one, but at least we have started at the public sector level. Malam Bara? Yawa. So wannan effort din kaga ba za mu ce gwamnati ba ta wani abu ba. Kuma kamar yadda permanent secretary a speech ɗinsa ya highlighting cewa akwai budgetary provision. Dan na iya tunawa kusan early this year ma mun yi empowerment din over 2,000 persons with disability. An rarraba musu 20,000. Akwai wanda aka ce ma in fact muna so mu fara training ɗinsu a fara ba su skills. Akwai other conversation around akwai bukata ma a mainstreaming ɗinsu a agricultural sector. Akwai ongoing effort na domesticating din the national gender policy in agriculture, wanda I think I've been part of that. So gaskiya an samu improvement. Yanzu persons with disability za ka yi mamaki at the rate wanda ake involvement ɗinsa a conversations yanzu gaskiya. And that in itself is really improving the narrative. Kamar da na ce is not a perfect one, but ko ba komai yanzu an san wannan concept ɗin disability ɗin an fara ɗan samun improvement ta wajen tabbatar da su ma out of disability you can make the abilities. The new conversation yanzu ma an gane ma cewa kusan duk mu nan da muke zaune mu ma muna da namu form of disability din. Okay? So yes. So I don't know if that has answered your question. Malamara, I don't know if that has answered your question.
The only thing that remains is why the commission has not been set up.
Okay, yeah, thank you for reminding me. Wato gaskiya kamar yadda ka sani kusan the previous government at the verge of exit aka yi persons with disability aka sa mata hannu aka yi ascending to it. So the gwamnati ta zo kuma wanda duk mun riga mun sani tana da nata peculiar challenges din. Amma alhamdulillahi na san akwai maganganu da muke da networks na NGOs, line MDAs na bukata cewa ya kamata a ce tunda dokar ce ta ce a ba su commission, a yi musu commission. To tunda doka ce me ya kamata mu yanzu sai a reinforcing din dokar is there already in the law. Okay? So I think with support in NGO, with support in civil society organization, the sovereign stakeholders, critical stakeholders will make difference. So we also solicit for your support, inshallah. Yeah.
I'm very much available to that.
Yeah. Is that has that answered your question? So mashallah.
To alhamdulillah sunana Suleiman Zubairu kamar yadda na faɗa a baya sakataren Kano Initiative for Persons with Special Needs. Yalla bai lalle kam abubuwa ba za mu ce komai sai godiya amma dai har yanzu muna da kalubale musamman akan maganan free education dinnan da ake ta faɗa namu da 'ya'yanmu. Wannan kalubalen yana samun usuli daga rashin awareness ga su masu makarantu da kuma tsakanin su gwamnati da mu mutanenmu. Ma'ana za ka ga an ce free education aka bamu ko kuma ga 'ya'yanmu amma idan aka baka karɓi takarda ka tafi makaranta da sunan ko sunan kai mai bukata ta musamman ne ka je wannan makarantar za a ga sun ce su san ban san wannan ba sai ka biya registration kamar yadda kowa yake biya. Wannan kalubale ne shi ma babu awareness sosai ga sauran masu jagoranci wa'annan makarantu. Sannan na biyu wannan doka da ake ta faɗin an yi har yau ba ɗaya da aka implementation because zan iya tunawa cewa a yanzu dinnan idan ka tashi kai mai bukata ta musamman za ka hau abin hawa ko za ki hau abin hawa a matsayinki na kin zo da lalura za ka ga tun daga nan ma dan a daidaita sau yana maka wulakanci inda da dokan me ya kamata a yi in ya maka me ya kamata a yi mishi sai a yi mishi hukunci amma za ka ga babu ma signing na a yi maka wannan hukunci. Sannan na uku maganan ɗaukan aiki gaskiya zan iya cewa ana samun naƙasu wajen ɗaukan wannan aiki din ba a cika mana wannan kota din da ake cewa a bamu na haƙoƙinmu akan wannan ɗaukan aikin kuma despite the fact muna da waɗanda suka yi karatun nan da yawa ga su nan a ƙasa amma ba za ka ga an ɗauke su aikin ba. Na taɓa samun wata yarinya an ɗauke ta aikin amma kuma koyarwa ne da ta zo makarantar da za ta koyar shi headmaster makarantar sai ce mata yayi sai dai ta zauna ta rinka koyar da karatun Qur'ani shi ba da Allah da zai sauko da shi ƙasa don ta ma yara rubutu. Whereby ta karanta social studies ne a makarantar da ta abin nan dole ta komo sai dai da karatun Qur'ani nan da ta yi a gida shi take koyar da ɗalibanta. Wannan makarantar ina sane da ita kuma na yi complain har yau ba ma abin da aka yi. Sannan na hudu agile tabbas sun yi kokari don ni suka bayar ma coordinator na disabled na 44 LGA wannan shine kadai zan iya cewa an fara ciro wani abu don a taimaki masu bukata ta musamman da ko jiya ina bici kuma na tsaya na tabbatar an ɗauki mutanenmu akan wannan harkan koyarwa wannan ina godiya akan wannan tabbas. Assalamu alaikum.
Malaya kuma kafin ka ansa ina so in gaya mare ko kuma ya gaya min wace makaranta ce wani headmaster ne amma ko ni da shi ne a sirance haka. No, it's better to take action because discrimination against ina a sirance ka gaya min makarantar we are going to take action insha Allah. A sirance ka gaya min.
From the secretariat, please, we need assistance. One battery, don't die. Da Allah daga nan site din mu samu contributors. Masu tambaya daga nan site din kamar ƙwarin ya fi a can.
Please let me answer one question since I bombarded in the questions and the other internet. Now already my ina jin sai kana taimaka min da some of the questions you asked. I'm already saturated. To alhamdulillah kai da kanka kai tsokaci akan challenges din da ake da shi kuma at the same time ka ba alhamdulillah kai providing them positive response na ka yadda cewa ana yi din. So daman nace is not a perfect one. But ko ba komi dai an fara wani abu da abu ne wanda ba a yin shi yanzu aka fara. Magana employment we can bear wato the testimony in ma akwai masu doubt civils abanan head of the office of the head of the civil service ni na san sun turo mana ma'aikata na persons with disability muna da guda biyu da wanda suka je har jami'a sun yi social workers ne daga cikin su kuma mun samu wa'in suna secret registry wa'in suna open registry wato abu ne wanda you can verify ba wai kawai ina so for gain say bane no abu ne a gwamnati na san akwai wajaje da yawa da aka daddauke su wanda alhamdulillah yanzu we are becoming more sensitive to the fact that persons with disability akwai wanda za su iya contributing din kwata din su dan mun gani Allah ji kansa da rahama wannan disu kaga har professor ya kai kenan ba wai kyamata su ake ba in ma ana kyamata dai ko ba komai irin wannan za su yi proven din cewa they are capable of doing what masu ido ma ba za su iya ba. So I think that has been taken care of by the state government. Asali ma in ka ji ana magana budget line ai gwamnati ta recognize din priority din su ne shi sa ta ba su allocation na budget and you will be very surprised cewa a 2025 budget namu yanzu yau ana public hearing akan budget. Suka je suna so su san me aka samu musu a cikin budget wannan dama muke ne da babu shi. Okay, so I think it's not a very fast one like I said an samu some level of improvement tunda ana recognizing din mutane suna da various needs. Kusan mu da akwai challenge guda ɗaya ma da I will want to share with you wallahi ba mu da official statistics in the state. Ƙungiyoyinsu ma an ka taɓa su ba su da shi. Babu synergy. So how do you address fundamental issue da ya shafi needs ɗinsu kuma ku ba ku da haɗin kai? So ni ina ganin people like you da influence ɗinka da Allah za ku taimaka mana a tabbatar da mana da database na persons with disability shi ne zai taimaka mana duk wani abu da ke zuwa daga sama da kuma budget ɗin da muke mu samu judicial allocation of funds to the basic needs of persons with disability in the state. Dan kai tambaya na agile. Luckily, ni ne social safeguard ɗin agile kamar Malam Baraya ya sani kuma na san ko da muna magana da shi. Na ce akwai wani assessment da muke so mu yi. It's almost an fara shi na dai muna targeting ɗin wato manageable cognitive disability ne. Wato akwai yara wanda ba za ka ce mahaukata ba ne. Amma suna da potentiality, they can learn, they can be taught and they can learn. To irin wannan categories ɗin yaran muke so mu yi wa assessment across the local government areas for a start. Okay? Kuma luckily da akwai case ɗin wata yarinya a Sumaila, wata Hajara Usaini da na tuna aka experimenting da ita. And it has really proven cewa akwai yara irin wannan da yawa a cikin communities mu da ba a ba su attention ɗin that deserve ba. For this project, it's one of the impact da ya making cewa no, su ma ya kamata a ce suna samun access to educational opportunities. So lastly, maganganun suna da yawa. Abin da zai baka mamaki kuma ko kuma ban sha'awa shine a shi kansa agile project din muna da components Malam Baraya ya sani muna da components muna da 1.1 1.2 har zuwa da karshe. Now a duk kowane component kamar misali wajen gini sai aka ce duk lokacin da za a yi construction na wajen 130 new buildings dole ne a yi RAM, dole ne a taking consideration needs in persons with disability. Kakku dinga ba su wajen da ba za su dinga samun access ba. Ko ina jin recently a gidan Murtala za ka ga akwai wani sabon RAM da aka yi na wajen shiga da wannan duk increasing awareness ne ya kawo wannan abin. Okay? Dan aka zo aka yi maganan conditional cash transfer. Aka ce to a cikin conditional cash transfer da ake so a implementing a 19 local government areas dole ne certain percentage a ba persons with disability. The one on conversation maybe lack of awareness is da yawa daga ciki ba mu sani ba. So wallahi akwai ongoing effort at both government levels and other partners levels na tabbatar da an yi mainstreaming din persons with disability needs in the various programs and activities. Na answer questions ɗinka? Wace ce? Ina jin dai Baraya, as the chairman of the SBMC, will be in a better position to answer that. Tunda ni ma'aikacin Women Affairs and Social Development ne, though dai muna aiki da shi. No, to be fair, abin nan free and fair education, free and compulsory education, yana da nashi positive side din like any other policies, yana da nashi negative side din like any other policy. Ka gane? Kuma kamar yadda ka sani wannan gwamnatin ai gadarsa ta yi. Ita kuma akwai modalities da ta yi putting in place ta tabbatar da cewa an yi implementing din wannan. Yanzu misali, na sani 2025 budget allocation kusan under the human capital. Education ne da the largest allocation. The largest allocation. In fact, the first of its kind in the history of the state. Malam Barai na yi gariya? 31%. Kaga ya exceeding din benchmark din UNESCO ma mai 25%. Haka ne? Yes, that's it. So da Allah mu ci gaba da making efforts kamar da nake cewa al'amari ne wanda aka dade a cikin sa ka ciro mutane daga cikin wannan abun need various strategies, read cooperation, collaboration, coordination towards adequately responding to some of these needs. Among Koba Komi, mun fara samun professors. In fact, one thing will interest you, sorry. Last week muka dawo daga review and validation of the Women Economic Empowerment Policy. And one of the social groups that ake emphasizing cewa ya kamata a ce akwai provision a wannan policy din. Persons with disability ne. Da doctor ma muka tafi. Dr. Aisha, I don't know if you know her. So these are success stories as far as we are concerned. Okay? So we just need your support and encouragement to ensure that mun samu the targeted numbers in the muke so, sir. Okay, sir.
Ƙarin bayani ne nake so na yi dan na ga ya damu da issue na pre-education. It so happen ban daɗe ba a nan Ministry of Women Affairs na jin har yanzu ban yi wata ɗaya ba ma har yanzu shi sa kuka ji ma from the beginning ko at the end of my address na ce let the director of planning come and respond to questions or observation da za a raise da har yanzu ban gama sanin ma me ma'aikatar take ciki ba amma kafin na zo iso hafin daga Minister for Higher Education na to so probably kamar yadda ake magana wani lokaci rashin awareness shi yake haifar da abubuwa da dama amma na sha warware matsaloli na mutane with disability da za su je makarantu a hana su access to free abin nan so kai tsaye in sun zo sun same ni na kan kirawo shugabannin makarantar nan kai tsaye har yanzu wannan policy din na free education for people with disability is still there so rashin dai awareness ne yake kawowa su ma watakil za ka ga cewa shugabannin irin wayannan institution they are not aware of irin wayannan abubuwan sai ana tsokaci ana tunasar da su so wannan shine karin bayan da nake so ne na gode
okay
assalamu alaikum ni bayanin da zan yi akan malam Baraya na ga malam Baraya ya dau zafi gaskiya har yana cewa a gaya mishi sunan makarantar da headmaster nake gudun kan malam Baraya ya je dauki hukunci a kansa ya rike headmaster da sauransu to be sincere that is one of the reason of our gathering here promoting peace and security tunda Allah ya sa the permanent secretary is there ina ganin this is even in the first instance the issue of taking people to serve as leaders, to lead the schools, is very, very important. Teachers in the schools. Why? Because teaching is a profession like any other profession. It is a profession like law and medicine. A teacher is a professional like an engineer or a medical doctor. Since, for example, you cannot send a person to the court of law as a lawyer or a judge simply because he read English language. You cannot say that this man is linguistic, he read languages, let me send him to the court of law to defend my case. The matter is not like that. So likewise, if we want to solve this kind of problem, we have to consider who and who are we going to send to teach, to stand as leaders, to lead that school. Because you cannot become a teacher or the principal, the headmaster, without understanding what is called special education, or education for people with special need. That's the essence of introducing this course. The psychology of the children, educational psychology, for example, philosophy of education, for example, sociology of education, for example, educational management, as well as many other related courses, is very, very important. So the permanent secretary that is here present, so you can connive with the commissioner of education so that they can address this kind of issue. Malam Barai, please don't approach that school and meet the headmaster, because I know if you go there, definitely commissioner of police, the EC that is here must be called, his attention must be called. Thank you very much.
Any more questions, please? Questions, comments? Tambayoyi? Ƙarin bayani? Ƙarin bayani? Pardon? You see, we talk gender, and all of the genders are here. You people are not talking. Now only me waka come. My sisters. Where is the person? Yeah, we have another person here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Na tsaya dukkan matakai na girmamawa wa dukkan al'umma da ke cikin wannan gida. Ina muku marhaban lale da barka da zama. A bayanin da zan yi a matsayina na, ko da yake ban faɗi sunana ba, Dr. Halima Usman Abdullahi nake a CDC Secretary, that is Community Dialogue Committee Secretary a nan Kano, kuma a kawo, kuma founder na kuma Tsoma Rayu Charitable Foundation. Maganar da zan yi an faɗa, shugabanni na sun faɗa global right. Duk abin da aka ce global ana nufin abu ne na kamun gabaki ɗaya kusan ma duniya, kuma right yana nufin yanci. To wannan global right tare da haɗin gwiwa Isa Wali Kuka Fall Center ƙarƙashin UK sun zo mana da abu ne don taimakawa ƙasarmu, shine peace building, zaman lafiya a ƙasa. Sannan bayan haka aka ce shigar da mata cikin tsari na zaman lafiya da kuma tattaunawa da kuma tsaro a cikin ƙasa. To daga cikin wannan aiki da suka bujiro da shi, ƙungiyar nan dai ni da nake ciki ina ga non-governmental organization ne. Yadda mu al'umma kawo muka shigo ciki, kamar yadda uwata ta yi tambaya, ta ce aka fara da kawo mu sanin da muka yi da aka zaɓe mu cewa unguwa ce wacce kowa zai mamaki. A Kano wasu daga cikin birni aka ce ina ne kawo, wasu ba san inda kawo yake ba, amma su can daga sama abin da yasa aka zaɓe mu, kawo Giginyi Badawa unguwa ce da take da haɗakan mutane kala-kala, yare kala-kala, kusan ba don an ce ba kusan a rabin yaren Najeriya ko kusa da rabi akwai su a nan unguwar. So shi yasa aka je wajen su kuma global right, Isa Wali Kuka manufarsu su yi tafiya ne da dukkan addini, both Muslim and Christianity. Sun ba a zaɓi musulmai kaɗa ba, kuma ba a zaɓi kawo kaɗa don mun fi 'yan Kano iyawa ba, da za a zaɓa sai a shiga ƙwaryar Kano. Amma sai aka zaɓe mu don ana so kowa ya shigo cikin wannan tafiya. Kuma shi wannan tafiya ne da aka fara a kawo, amma ci suka mai aiki da Kano gabaki ɗaya. Mu aiki muke da Kano, duk inda ke sai ke a Kano mun bibiyi duka. Ba don aiki muke da kowa ba, da ba mu je wajen kwamishinan ɗan sanda ba, ba mu je option farmsec na mata ba, duk sai da muka taɓa NAPTEP kowa. To saboda haka su ne Kano, kuma muna aiki da su. Magana ta biyu kuma, ai kawo yanzu muka fara, wata biyu da farawa yin labai muna tafiya. Ai sai mun gyara gida za mu fita waje yin labai. Muna kan gyara gida ne kafin mu fita. Muna ta advocacy ne, an san mu sai mu fita mu yi aiki da jama'a unguwa da ƙasar mu gabaki ɗaya Kano State. To wannan aiki da aka yi ba aiki bane na kuɗi, sai da aka tambaye mu kowanne a nan yana da inda ofishinsa, babban ofis da kuma aikin da yake, amma aiki ne aka ce na al'umma. Za ku iya, muka ce kaman volunteering muke yi, ba biyan mu ake ba, mun sadaukar da rayuwarmu da dukiyarmu da komanmu, mukan yi tafiya daga nan har Abuja. A farawa wata 2 ko 3 da muka yi, mun je Abuja kusan sau 3 zuwa 4 training. Yanzu haka ana training girls a nan Kano. Ga oga yana nan ya baccan ya zo nan. Ana training din mata ne, domestic violence. Yan tashin hankali a gida ake samu, girls yana nuna musu action ne. To suna nan a yau ana training. Rabin mu muna nan, rabin mu suna can suna training din mata. Ba dan komai ba dan a gina Kano State as a whole. Wannan abu namu ne, ya zo Kano, ku amshe mu mai aiki tare. Yanda ya fara ana yi a Kaduna, ana yi a Sokoto, ana yi a Katsina, da babu mu. Kuma abin da yasa aka zo arewacin Najeriya shine cewa da aka ga kowa ya sani da muna zaman lafiya. Wasu abubuwa cikin shekara 5 da tun daga wajen Boko Haram to date, abubuwa sun shigo arewa. Shi yasa suka ɗauko suka ce to sai da community. Su wa'annan shugabanni namu masu uniform a jiki ba za su iya ba in babu mu. Mu ne idan jama'a, kuma early warning signal din mata ne. Mu muka san abin da ke faruwa, 'ya'yan nan masu shaye-shaye 'ya'yanmu ne. Mata da suke fita suke abubuwa 'ya'yanmu ne. Harka da ake na fyaɗe 'ya'yanmu ne, mazaje ne da suke wa'annan abubuwa. Saboda haka unguwa suke, mu kada za mu bayyana wannan abu. Shi yasa aka nemi mata, inclusion of women into the security. In mata suka tsaigonta mazajensu kamar yadda ake girls, zai ba ta dama ta kai kara ko ta san da ta kai. Mu kuma muna taimakawa jami'ai ne, mu ba 'yan kusan amshin shata bane, amma 'yan amshin jami'an tsaro ne. Da mun ji za mu tura muku. Allah ya taimake mu, Allah ya mai da kowa gidansa lafiya. Na gode kwarai da gaske.
Hajiya ta bada ginger. Hajiya ta bada ginger. I can see hands raising up, but naga hannaye suna ta ɗagawa. It's a good thing that we are all a part of this. Forgive me, but time is against us. Ba za mu iya exhausting dukkanin comments, questions, contributions gaba ɗaya ba a lokaci guda. I think I'd invite the programs manager for the project, Global Rights, in person of Mr. Idosa Yabamo, closing remarks. Praise Idosa.
Thank you. It's been a long day. I am not going to give a closing remark. I know somebody gave something that sound like a closing remark just now. But I'm still going to call somebody up to give a closing remark. But what I just want to do is to appreciate everyone and to acknowledge the fact that you all saw this conversation today as a very important conversation, and you stay through to this time. As I said, I'm not giving closing remark, but let me just, as a way of vote of thanks, say a big thank you to the Sokoto State Ministry of Women Affairs. Thank you so very much, sir. I'm sorry, Kano State Ministry of Women Affairs. I'm sorry. Please let's applaud the Kano State Ministry of Women Affairs. Thank you so very much. The Ministry of Justice, Kano State Ministry of Justice. I learned they are here. I didn't get them at the time they came in earlier on. Is she still around? Okay, please let's appreciate the Kano State Ministry of Justice. NAPTIP, thank you very much. I'm just trying to rattle through everyone that is here. NDLE, thank you for joining us today. Of course, our traditional rulers, religious leaders, thank you for joining us. Nigerian Police Force, thank you so much for joining us. NSCDC, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, thank you so very much for joining us. The Vigilante Group, thank you for joining us. The HISBA Board, thank you so very much for joining us. We have professional groups that join us today as well. We have FIDA. FIDA is still in the room, right? Thank you very much, FIDA. We have the MBA Women's Forum. Thank you very much. Caro Women Group, I learned they are here as well. Thank you for coming around. We had some youth groups here as well. Rise Up Youth Initiative, thank you very much. Mass Care Development Center, Mufaka Youth Development Initiative, Youth and Environmental Development Associations, thank you very much. We had OPDs as well, organizations of persons with disabilities. We have the Nigeria Disability Youth Forum. Thank you for joining us. We have the Kano Initiative for Persons with Special Needs. Thank you for very much. We have so many CSOs here that we cannot mention everyone, but of course I see P1 in the room. Thank you. I see Swatch, I see Legal Aid Council, Bridge Connect Africa, Human Angle, Kano Peace Committee, AHIP, Aheria Orphanage and Women Development, CITAD, Binta Child Rights Empowerment Foundation, Girls Gate Initiative, War Against Injustice, Fosuged, Calamed, and of course the media that joined us. Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, I will at this point welcome the Executive Director, Isawale Empowerment Initiative, as she gives the closing remark. Please, let's applaud her. Haja Amina Hanga.
Assalamu alaikum again. I will just ride on what Mr. Edosa said in response to appreciating everybody that is here. I will just add one thing, that let's look at how we can make sure that we are looking at how can we make peace and security a part of our lives, that we don't have to wait for organizations or donors to come. How can we do it ourselves? So global rights has set the stage for us. Let's not keep saying, so when will global rights go to another community? From what we have learned, we should take the initiative ourselves, me spreading ko'ina. Ya zama banda ma a Kano, don wanda suke kusa da mu ma su za su zo suna tambayan mu ya za a yi, because mun ga abubuwan da kuke kuma aikin ku ya ba mu sha'awa. So thank you kowa da suka samu wannan lokacin da suka zo wannan taron. Ina fatan an amfana, an samu ƙarin ilimi. Na san lokaci babu sosai, amma I think wannan engagement yayi. Muna muku godiya kwarai da gaske. Allah kuma ya maida kowa gida lafiya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful time together, and the conversation has been very intriguing. And there are a lot of people that still wanted to ask questions or still make comments, but the time is far spent. And so we are going to rise up now for the national anthem to close the day. And then the way we did the tea break, the same way we are doing the lunch, as we depart, please, you just go through the same door, collect your meal ticket, and go to the restaurant for the lunch. All right? So please, can we all rise up for the national anthem? Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, oh God, to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, okay, photo, great, thank you. Please, I will please request those in front to please, let's have a photo first before we bring in the others. Please, let's just stay back for a group photo. But please, let's have those on the front row first. Here is Jason. Ground or up? I mean, for the VIPs first. Down, right? Okay, let's do down. Let's do down first. Yeah, let's do down. He said we should stay on the down. Let's go to the down. Let's go to the down. Yes. Just hold on. Let's do the VIP. Let's go to the ground first. Go down. Yes. Let's move a little. After now, the others will go. Stay behind.